Okay, technical difficulties abated. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am so happy to see you. I'm so happy to see you. Look at me. I'm so happy to see you. Do you want to know why? I'm happy to see you because I'm going to play my most favorite game of all time. Without question. It's no debate. The Myst franchise is something truly magical. Something that I obsess over. You're not ready for this, Sai. Sai, did you play it? Tell me you can see it, okay? Can you see it okay? Okay. We need to start over real quick. Let's see. Oh, I gotta open up. Hold on. There's intro that we need to see, so let's just go through this real quick and then start over. Muddle Madness, hello! Enormous Myst! Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, so only game I played in the specific genre of adventure was Journeyman. Okay. So, I mean, let me just outright say, yeah, I understand. Yeah, okay, hold on. We are going to restart because there's an intro sequence that we missed. Before we do all this stuff, so Myst, of course, is a very hotly contested game series. One with which people have stated has been the beginning of the end for video games, the introductions to casuals to video games, and in reality, it's exactly the opposite. That Myst is so much a game that most games have never replicated it, and wrongly so. Myst is something so special, and I can explain to you as why that is. We're not playing the original. Didn't have the cool factor enough for me as a kid. Understandable side, though. Here's the thing, right? So the Myst franchise is really... It does not discount your intellect, right? It doesn't hold your hand. And it challenges you in a way that's different than what you typically play in a game, right? We'll see that as we play. But especially Riven in particular. I just recently played Riven to prepare for a stream, which we'll be doing probably next, because it is truly magical. You can't go through the rest of the series without going through the original Myst, even though the original Myst is flawed, right? It is not perfect. But it is something truly magical and truly interesting because it respects your intelligence. It also respects your abilities as a human being to connect with things, right? I always talk about and preach connection with people, and this is absolutely the case. It's something that you connect with. So, let's see. Myst didn't have the cool factor. Yep, Muddle's here. Woo! And Omus is here. Woo! Myst! Okay, so we're starting a game. Boink. Let me know how the sound is. The jingle for Cyan Games is... just going to sit here and stroke lovingly my Myst book. We're doing real Myst, not the original Myst. There's a reason behind it.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. Continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed, but I must admit that such conjecture is futile.
Put on those headphones, crank it up, and just get engrossed in the world. Yeah, so Sai, Real Myst utilizes the Uru engine. It's an early version of it. This was essentially them beta testing the engine that they would later on use for Uru Ages Beyond Myst. So it allows for free roam, and this engine got, of course, refined even further with Myst 5, End of Ages. So you can have a free roam through the series. With an awesome graphic engine. It looks great, still plays great. It also has added content to this in particular that connects it to the later games in the series, which is actually really interesting, really good. So we begin. Book landing from the starry expanse of the star fissure. You see the book. You open it up. Where does it take you? That's such a nerd. I'm so excited. I cannot tell you. Cannot tell you. There's Myst Island. Influenced by Jules Verne's Mysterious Island, Myst was the impetus for creating a world where you would explore and see that people once lived there. Who were they? What were their stories? And you have the remnants of their presence that it tantalized you, excited you, and made you want to further explore and be a part of that world. That's what makes it so special. So, all right. So we're doing free roam. In particular, they allow for classic mode, but that we don't need. Okay. A little background for me. Imagine this would have came out in 1993. So imagine a 10-year-old me, right? My rich aunt and uncle came from Rhode Island to visit us in Michigan, and they brought with them a game. They knew we liked games. They had gifted us stuff for like the Sega Genesis and later on the Sega CD. Even got me my Sega Activator as a kid. Yeah. They knew we liked games. That was the only thing we liked. And they had something to show us. And they showed us... I was surprised I'm only 10 at the time. Like, that seems really old. But I was terrified. They showed us this game. And I was terrified as a kid. This scared the crap out of me. The music, the sounds, the visuals, these elements of it, they scared me to death. And rightfully so, they would ask me these questions, and I would talk to them about what I felt about the game. And they're like, that's interesting, that's very perceptive. And so it was very cool to watch. So essentially now we can free look around. Images aren't too dissimilar from what Myst actually looked like when it first came out. And so you awaken, you touch this book that was somewhere in your home, right? And you look into it, you see this world, you touch it, you're there magically. How did you get here? Who's here, right? It's just you. It's empty, seemingly desolate. One of the things that makes Myst so amazingly special is its ability to tell a story without telling you anything about the story that you have to just kind of naturally come to in your own. You see this door, it closes on you, you go and descend into this chamber. Like, what and why? Like, oh, it's terrifying music. Right? As you look around, you see these things. It says settings for the dimensional imager, topographical excursion test 40, marker switch diagram 47, water turbulent pool 67. And you're like, this must be 67. Water turbulent pool. Adventure game where it was first person and a slideshow. It was hard for me to grasp as a kid. I felt too disconnected at the time. So there are some issues with it being a stationary image, and I think a lot of that has to deal with some of the puzzles and things like this, having this initial disorientation. That gets alleviated actually very quickly, surprisingly, as you progress. And games like Ribbon actually really do a great job of almost eliminating it being a slideshow. It's 67, so hold on. We want to do 47. Thank you, Sai. I mean this genuinely. It's the franchise in general. I would say that you don't need Myst 3 and 4. You need Myst 1, Riven. You need Uru and Myst 5. That's it. That's all you need. You can genuinely skip 3 and 4. You don't need it in the slightest. They're made by different companies. They have no bearing on the overall story, and they lack a certain element of it that makes it Myst. And what's that element is something that they coined, and I thought this was really interesting. I just was listening to this reading this article on a Hardcore Gaming 101 about the Myst franchise. they talked about closing the circle, right? Having allowing the player to fill in the gaps of information presented to you, so you can get as much or as little as you want out of it. And that's also part of the reason as to why Myst didn't or is so hotly contested. Why some people really genuinely hate it is because they didn't get what they didn't get anything out of it. There's something there, and they missed out. They missed out because they didn't know what it was about. So you have these contraptions, and you're like, what does that do? Interesting. It's true, Side. It is pretty awesome. It has some of the articles in HG 101 I don't enjoy. I find like they're really kind of a little very biased towards certain aspects of certain games and stuff like this, and I don't necessarily enjoy that. There's a note. It says, Catherine, I've left for you a message of utmost importance in our forechamber beside the dock. Enter the number of marker switches on this island into the imager and retrieve the message. So we got our first mission, right? The simple note in the very beginning. We know there's one marker there. We're gonna start running. We know there's another marker here. Let's turn it on. Or is that turning off? I don't know. We'll find out. So you see this island you're on, these structures, you're wondering what is the purpose of them? Why are they here? Myst, one of the faults of Myst, right, is kind of the arbitrary nature of them, right? These weird structures are kind of arbitrary. They don't really have any connection to each other. So you have a hard time understanding exactly what that connection is to the story at hand, and they really don't have one. And this was kind of their first foray into this, so of course it's going to have some of its issues. We're going to go into that room, but we're going to wait just a second. So like you have this spaceship, right? This is a reference to one of their older games, Cosmic Osmo, which used HyperCard, which is the format that the original Myst came in, right? Just these still images and hyperlinks that you click onto that cause things to happen. And Cosmic Osmo was like was their third game, I believe. They did Manhole, Spelunks, and then Cosmic Osmo, and then Myst. And so you got all this stuff like, ooh, what does all this mean? The serpent, the bug. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have all these different buildings, and you're wondering what they do. And we'll get to them. 7, 8? It's 8 or 9. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. But we'll get to it. Don't you worry. We're going to look at all these things. First off, we want to answer that question. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We want to answer this question of what is this message that he has for Catherine. What does this all mean?
Catherine, my love, I have to leave quickly. Something terrible has happened. It's hard for me to believe. Most of my books have been destroyed. Catherine is one of our sons. I suspect agony, but I shouldn't leap to conclusions. I'll find him and Cirrus as well. Oh, I should have known better than left my library and checked this. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books.
Thanks, music, for being so loud.
If you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation. And don't worry, Catherine. Everything will be fine. I'll see you shortly. Oh, and erase this message after you've viewed it, just to be safe.
So he said, essentially, if you couldn't hear it, it looks like me, right? That is Atris. That is actually played by Rand Miller, one of the two brothers that actually made the game. He said, Catherine, I'm super surprised Most of my books have been destroyed, and it had to have been one of our sons. I'm suspecting Akinar, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll find Cirrus as well. I've placed the remaining books in places of protection, and yeah. So he left a little message for his wife. Enomus, it is my twin. I wish. Let me tell you that I don't have very many role models in my life. I don't have people that I typically say, like, I look up to that person, right? In the video game realm, there's not very many people that I see and I say, I respect that person greatly. Like, that is a person who, and they say I'm making a game that I'm on board for. There's only really, I would say, 3 game developers that I would listen to, that I would respect entirely. One is Rand Miller, or the Miller brothers in general, the creators of Myst. The other would be Steve Moretsky, who made A Mind Forever Voyaging, as well as other great games like Planetfall, who made a lot of text-based adventure games. And then the other being Yu Suzuki. I love Virtual Fighter, I love Shenmue. Those things are all super important to me, in a big way. It's Faux Meat Factory, it's my twin. Alright, so we have now answered that question, right? He says he suspects his sons for destroying his books, and we are now in this chamber here. You see the skies above. And you see there's books here that are all burnt, but there's some that aren't. Burned books. Interesting. What's this? You find yourself a page, you put it in the book. We open it.
Live. Bring me a red page. I can't see it. I need a red page, you must. Bring. I am serious. Give it up. There is one thing I want to rescue.
What? That was Cirrus. He said, bring him the red pages. And that he needed your help. He's trapped. You need to get him bring red pages. What was this? There's a blue book with blue pages.
Serious? Are you? See you. Help me. Bring blue pages. Never. Pages. I must have the blue page. Bring them to me.
That's Akinar. He's a character. He's a cad. So where's your... Hi. King Chris says, I watched since this stream since you started almost half an hour ago. Couldn't type because I was busy, but heard everything. Well, King Chris, it is an absolute pleasure to have you. Welcome. Hopefully you're having a great evening. Hopefully you're a gigantic Myst fan, such as myself. These book clips here had been very disturbing for me. You're not alone, Chris. This is what I was talking about being terrified. This game does not have subtitles, I don't believe. Let me see. Does not have subtitles. That is intentionally supposed to make you have to think, right? You have to kind of listen. But he essentially said, "I'm Akinar. Sirius, is that you? Oh, God, what just the frick just happened? Blue pages, help! Oh my God, I'm innocent. Blue pages. God, I'm Akinar. Blue pages." That's really what he said. Bye, no miss. Have a good night, or have a good night. Enjoy your dinner. So yeah, I was 10, and my aunt and uncle showed me this game, and they showed me this, and I was like, I'm terrified. And they're like, well, what do you think of those guys? Which one do you think's innocent? And I was like, I think they're both evil. And they're like, interesting. We'll get to that later. So yeah, I mean, for those who don't know, which one do you think's a good one? Which one do you think's a bad one? We're gonna be doing some reading, man. But yeah, King Chris, I'm a gigantic Myst fan. I'm talking fanatical, right? I have played through all the games numerous times. Uru is my absolute favorite, specifically Myst Online, for a whole lot of reasons. But it's Tolkien in nature, in terms of its world building, its in-depth, just its language systems, and all these things that are so fascinating and so interesting and so engaging to you as a player if you want to be engaged. And I obsess. I think about it every day. I always think about Myst. I think about the franchise. I think about the old stuff. Your aunt and uncle are pretty cool. No adult engaged me like that as a kid. So yeah, we only got to see him maybe once a year. And they would always come with gifts and stuff because they were rich. One's a lawyer, and the other one was married a lawyer. and yeah, they always came with cool stuff. So as you can see on these books, they have pages of them. See, it says the Stone Ship Age, which is what we're gonna do first. Let me see. Emmett was the first to live on the rocks. He named them the rocks because that is what they were. A group of sharp rocks clustered together in the middle of a large sea. This was where Emmett lived. He enjoyed his life. Emmett would occasionally swim to nearby rocks, as it was never too far of a distance. One day another person appeared on the rocks, for no apparent reason to Emmett. Emmett named this new person Branch. Emmett and Branch quickly became friends, swimming and hunting for fish together often. Emmett showed Branch the simple cave in which he lived in the largest rock. Soon Branch discovered a place where he decided to live, also on the same large rock. The sun always shone brightly in their world, and the water was always dazzlingly clear, allowing them to see almost to the deep ocean floor which surrounded them. Though the sun always shone, it was never too hot for the boys. A light breeze always came from the north and cooled the area down. One day while Branch was swimming and having fun in the water, he noticed another boy swimming. Branch brought the new boy to Emmett to find out what to call the new boy. Emmett said the boy would be called Will. Will was soon a part of the group, and all three of the boys swam and enjoyed their perfect world. At least that is the story I was told when I arrived today on the island. Emmett, Branch, and Will were surprised to see me at first, but even before the night ended, we were all becoming good friends. Today, the second day on this newly created age, a strange thing happened. It was not strange to me, but the three boys did not understand what was happening. While I was relaxing under a large tree on one of the smaller rock islands, it began to rain. It was a nice rain that lasted for about an hour in the morning. I explained to the boys that the rain was not harmful, yet they obviously still feared it. Before going to sleep tonight, I told the boys I would leave the following day. I told them that while I was gone, I would make a surprising change in their world. They didn't understand, not that I expected them to. I still do not fully understand what happened today. I was experimenting with the art, testing the limits of the rules as dictated to me by my father. I attempted to create a boat by writing it into the world. I thought everything was planned correctly, yet somehow the boat had become gripped by the rocks and broken in half. Although this test did not turn out as I had hoped, I now have answers to a few of the questions my father never answered. As for the boat, I can see the boys enjoy it anyway, and with that I am pleased. They have played on it all day. Even though the boat cannot move, I have enjoyed studying from it. It is a much sturdier platform than the jagged rocks. In the course of my observations, I have learned some very interesting things regarding the solar system of this age. The nights are absolutely beautiful here. I've made note of and named a number of constellations that pass above me. Also during the night, I catch glimmers of light from the horizon, which I have not been able to discover if it is created by some natural phenomena, or by additional people on far-off islands or rocks. I should very much like to discover which. I rather suspect it as additional people, which would explain the appearance of Branch and Will. The rain today was slightly heavier than usual. Just when the boys were getting used to the light rains, a small storm arrived. They were frightened of the heavier rain, not to mention the thunder and lightning. If rain has never fallen here until recently, as the boys tell me, I would like to discover why it is falling now. Regardless, I've decided to return home for a short while. I've also been thinking of some plans for a lighthouse that I hope to construct soon. I think that perhaps by shining a bright light toward the horizon, it may prove my suspicions regarding additional inhabitants. They would be curious about the light and travel to discover its source, if they have the means. I've returned with my tools that I will need for construction of the lighthouse. I've decided that once the lighthouse is completed, I will leave for some time and let the world's own imaginations have control. We've worked 3 weeks on the lighthouse now, and are making great progress. The rocks that we are building on seem to not be as secure as I would like. I've had to alter my plans slightly, but these alterations pose no real problems. The boys are quite strong, and have been helping me immensely. My estimate construction will be done within 2 days. The lighthouse is finished, and we're all proud of our creation. The boys are amazed at the structure wrought from rock with their own hands. That evening, we powered up the generator, much to the boys' dread at first, and shined a great light to the horizon for many hours. I stayed the night in the top of the lighthouse, and in the morning awoke to observe the sunrise without my being coated with the chilly blanket of ocean dew I'd come accustomed to. It was Will who first saw the girl. She was swimming not far from the boat where Will was getting ready to hunt for fish. Then Will noticed a man not far away from the girl. Emmett was very pleased to meet the additional neighbors. I feel pleased to leave this age. I've set in motion events that have nothing to do with writing or the art. That will have a more profound impact on this world than I could have ever written. I think the stone ship age at a bird's eye view. I think of this age as a gift to myself that I will wrap up and open someday in the future, only to discover that it has changed so much that indeed it is a surprise. Besides, I have yet another new age that awaits me. It seems I'm going to need some way to travel underwater in this new age, and so much planning is in order. It's been 10 years since I left this age, which I have since called the stone ship age. Upon returning, I cannot believe the changes that have taken place. The original 3 boys have grown into adults, and there are many new faces that I do not recognize. Branch told me that it has not rained for 7 years, and the cool breezes are back again. Notice how the ink has changed. It's little things. They're all very content, and have been serving me with new foods and showing me new materials they've discovered. It even seems they have found gold somewhere. I see it in many forms around the island. My lighthouse has been kept in perfect condition, and it looks as if they've tried their very best to keep it so. Yet, I've noted that the entire rock it was built on has sunk approximately 40 or 50 centimeters. After a wonderful visit with my old friends, I wonder aloud with them what things will look like in another 10 years. There's constellations. We saw the serpent and the bird. We saw these. So we're going to look at that in a second. I'll catch up with you guys. I got my hands on the first Myst for PlayStation 1. I believe I was 8 at the time. Remember the first 2 games more or less detailed. Riven is really where it's at, in terms of like traditional Myst style. But 3 and 4, again, very different. Very, very different. And that's not a bad thing necessarily. So we see this here. This thing says tower rotation. What does this mean? What? Things are moving. It's moving. So we activated these switches. When they were off, this map was blank. And as you turn them on, locations within the island opened up. For instance, we're at a ship. We're doing this here. This is going to actually give us some clues on stone ship age. So we're like, well, I wonder what's going on here with these things. How do we get access to this tower that's attached to this? Miraculous. So the paintings themselves are switches that turn the building around so that you have access then to this structure here. The sound of heavy machinery, the lights ablaze. Mysterious and mysterious. So these books are really, when you want to understand the overall cycle of Myst, the books are clues to the ages on how to reach there, but also give you clues within the age and how to solve them. essentially. This is very interesting. I've only played very little one game, but I can't remember which one. Well, Muddle, if you remember any details of it, let me know. I can absolutely tell you what it was, which one it was. Tell me how it controlled, all that stuff. So watch, I'm going to climb this ladder. Whew. Oh. Yeah, there's some clipping issues here. Woo! Look at that. Typically, if you look out there, you'd actually see the stone ship. That's what it's looking at. So those books give you clues towards the age in particular that you want to solve. And so this key, this tells you this is a clue. So we write this down. 10, 11, 1984, 10:04 a.m. 1:17, 12:07, 5:46 a.m. 11:23, 97:91, 6:57 p.m. What does that mean? Mysterious. We'll find out in a second, won't we? I believe this version is as much remake as it gets. Yes, this is true. Yep, King Chris. Yep, this is as best of a modern remake as you're gonna get, and I think this is the way to play it. In all honesty, the first Myst at least, simply because it's a little more accessible. Also, some of the puzzles are a little more easier to understand. How you kind of moved around in the original Myst was a little more disorienting than the likes of, for instance, Riven, which uses the same as the original. Oh, Jesus! What just happened? My whole thing just fell. Hi. Technical issues aside, hi everybody. Riven uses the same style as the original Myst of still images, but it wasn't as disorienting. Alright, so hold on, let's go back to look at our book here. We're going to we're going to do some things first. So we want to look around at some of these buildings and see what's going on. It's like here, what is this? Creepy dentist chair. Let's close that door. Interesting. I wish I could remember. I just can say at least for Myst 1 it worked. It aged pretty badly. Absolutely. Visually, totally understandable. Oops. Back in the chair. I am pushing the wrong buttons. Oh, come on. There. Boop. Dates. Let's put in one. Let's see. We're looking at October 11th. And 1984. At 10:04 a.m. And then we click go. Stars? But what does that mean? Huh. Well, let's make that pattern. Writing this down. And marking, blink, blink. Okay. And then next date is January 17th. 12:07. And 5:46 a.m. Interesting. Whoop, 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 whoop. Huh, I wonder what that could mean. Guess you didn't say it at least. Yeah, his worst is pretty badly. Let's see, next, and let's see, let's mark that date. Good. Okay. Now we're doing November 23rd. 97, 91. Whoa. And that is 6:57 p.m.
Thank you!
Hey! Thank you so much, Senor Eclipse. Signorina Eclipse. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. Don't be shy. Also, you can come and say hi. You don't have to be shy. But hey, if you want to lurk too, totally cool with that too. No pressure. Alright, so we're making reference of these stars. We could have also answered this puzzle in a reverse manner by... I'm writing this stuff down. Note-taking. It's a miracle. I know, it doesn't look like much. I like to do this in a colorful and slapdash way, because that's just how I roll. Okay. So we now have those star constellations. Bam, lights on. Scotty, beam us out of here. We're gonna go back to this book that we had, because we saw constellations in it. Bam! Oh my goodness, look at this beetle constellation. It looks very much like that. So beetle is the third constellation that we had. That looks very much like it. Look at that serpent. That looks like our second one. Our second constellation was the serpent. But what about the first one? The leaf. Oh my god, paper! I know, Chris! Setting is so weird to me, just because it doesn't fit into the usual genres that have been imprinted on me. That's also a thing, Sai, right? Even at the time, this was different, right? Its idea is uniquely all its own, but also its presentation is strange. It is strange, seemingly disjointed, but have some weird connection. When we talk about Myst, Myst is the one that people see the most, but it is also the most flawed. Serpent. Beetle. Leaf. Wait. The ship is raised! What could that mean? The ship over there is raised! Oh my goodness, boys and girls, welcome! Climb aboard. Ahoy, me hearties. We're on a boat now. What could this mean? Yeah, Sai, this changes dramatically when you play Riven. And the future Myst game. So Riven, Uru, Myst 5, it then becomes an architecture all its own. It is unique in its and unified in its depictions of structures, specifically with Uru, and this is really crazy. They talk about architectural movements over large periods of time culturally of the Dene people, these people who have the ability to write these books that link connections to these other ages and worlds. There's architectural differences based on the time periods that they're built and have these cultural movements. They're actually very specifically labeled as such, and you can see that, right? And also that the ages themselves, if there is past civilizations, in the case of Riven, having their own unique architectural style, you can differentiate between what is clearly Dene and what is clearly Rivenese. Like, it's complicated, and it's something that I'll talk about when I play Riven. It'll make more sense when we actually talk about it specifically. So this is a place of safety for it. This is very dreamlike, yeah. Hey, you're making me cry. I played this game when I was a child. Thank you so much for these feels. You know, Signorina, I appreciate that immensely. You're gonna make me cry. I love Myst so much. And what's fascinating is, so 10-year-old me saw this, was terrified. I never touched Myst again for a very long time. I beat the first one. I like 2 years later, and didn't care. We got Riven. I didn't touch it. And then I would say 10, 14 years ago, I started playing them, and I wanted to play the whole series. And that's when I became in love. I absolutely adored and obsessed over all that it had. And I got it, and it made sense to me a lot more. You'll find that a lot of the things that I'm super passionate about, the games that I truly connect with a lot, were games that I didn't connect with as a kid in reality. Something that I grew into as an adult. And it says a lot about those types of games in particular. And I have a love for all games. Don't think that I'm also like very much dissing older games or like 8-bit platformers and things like this, which I love and adore absolutely. As you guys saw, I mean, I played previously in January Solstice on the NES and loved it, adored it. Super amazing NES game, my favorite, absolutely. And I have a love for like Sonic the Hedgehog, Shining Force, and these sorts of things. Like those things are absolute loves. And Dragon Force on the Sega Saturn. Sai, you may know what I'm talking about, being a Sega Saturn fan. These things I love, and those things very much encapsulate who I am as a person and what I enjoy, but it's broad. It's hard to pinpoint very specifically one thing that I love, but Myst and the Myst franchise in general is absolutely number one. Uru Ages Beyond Myst is my number one most favorite game. It's a game that I still visit every single day. Oh, Sai, Dragon Force is, I feel, the best Sega Saturn game. Its replay value is unparalleled. It's so good. So you have the lighthouse. Look at it. It is sinking now. Oh my goodness. And you see the ship wedged between the rocks. Split in half, like he said. Yep. Emmett, Branch, and Will lived here at one point. They're no more. Oh. So you get in through the window of the lighthouse. You see that it's all filled with water. And there's a key here. What? And there's a lock. So we gotta wonder, what does all that mean? You see this boat here is filled with water. Here all filled with water. Everything's filled with water as we explore. Filled with water. The whole place is flooded. Climb up. You look out. And you search. There's a lighthouse. You're looking, and you're looking, and you're looking. Huh. Don't see much of anything right now. Interesting. Huh. No problem, Sai. I'll be here. Alright. So we now can see that pretty much we don't have access to pretty much anything. So you see this thing here, though. We got some buttons. What does that do? Let's see if anything's changed in the world, right? Still flooded. Not flooded, but we can't really see in there. It's dark. So we know that this thing is some kind of thing that pumps the water out. So let's see if that changes anything. Did. This place here is cleaned out now. But again, it's night. It's kind of hard to see in here. It's getting darker and darker. Let's see. Oh, hello. See the water dripping down the sides of the walls. This is interesting. It's very red. Hello, darkness, my old friend. An interesting place. You can open things. You see there's a needle and like medicine and injections and stuff. Ooh, that's creepy. What an interesting place. Gold, gems, all the fineries, cloths and fabrics, and a symbol there. Ooh. Nothing. The red page. But how do we get back? So this would have been Sirius's room. He stayed here at some point. Right? Interesting. Interesting. So we head on up. One more place we need to look at. You'll also notice that because we pumped that water, it now floods back up again. So we can't have more than just one area free of the water. By the way, I do know, like, for the most part, I know all the puzzles. For instance, like, I've written down for when I do Ribbon, all the stuff is already written down ahead of time because it's a very complex and complicated game. So I pretty much, like, made a pathway to show you everything. With Myst, I can pretty much just kind of wing it. But I'm intentionally trying to show you all of the stuff. Show you the puzzles, right? So that you can understand them. As we go down the winding staircase. And we're like, there's a chest. We can't open it. But we can drain the water out of it. This was one that puzzled me as a kid, right? It's like there's a chest that was at the bottom of the water. It's because it's full. Now we emptied it and we closed it back up again. So when the water comes back in and we filled it back up with water, it'll float. It's fascinating. And it's just kind of those weird logic puzzles. As a kid, you don't understand, like, how things float, right? But as an adult, you're like, that's the answer. But as a kid, you never know. You never know. So now, water's flooded, but the thing is floating. And now, take this key. I still got my red page, that's good. Ooh. And up we go. Now, we got a battery. Crank it up. So what have you guys been playing? Anything good? I wonder how your guys' night's been going. Hopefully it's been going well. I'm doing good. I'm just enjoying some Myst. So now that there's power, right? We need to see, like, what... Huh. What does that mean? Let's go up here. Now we're gonna see something. $135. Interesting. 135. Seems significant, but why? How? We get light in the areas now, but only as a temporary thing. Lip says, I've come to talk to you again. Hello, Lip, my old friend. Hello, Lip, my old friend. Okay. Making sure the power's still going in this place. Like, what is the deal with... What is the deal with airplane food? What's the deal with the number? Huh, this place doesn't lead to anything in particular. Oh, what's this? What? So we had to remember 135. So there's 0. There's 90. That's 180. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this would be 160, right? Sorry. This is 90. That's 180. So that is 120, right? 120. Hold on. No. My brain isn't doing math right now. This looks wonderful. This is Myst, my friend. Hold on. I can't do math right now. My day was great. I borrowed a Nintendo Switch from Monday. Oh, yes! Mine is more or less average because I've messed up the sleep schedule. Hey, that's why you're here. It's a pleasure to have you. So, that's 90. That's 180. We're doing 135. So, I think it's this one. Let's try it. Get it right? I don't think I got it right. Let's see. Did I get it right? I'm so lost. Oops, that's back into the bedroom. I forget. I always do terrible at this part. Did I get it right? Did I light it up? I might have. Let's go straight. I did not. It is dark in here still. Yeah. Ooh. Did not light it up. I messed that up. Okay. Hold on. I gotta think. Let's try this again. We gotta redo the battery. And we're going to redo that because my brain isn't working right. Ah! I was gonna say Guten Abend. I don't think that's right. Well, it's a pleasure to have you. I mean, I typically stream around this time. My wife's a nurse, so when she works nights, or she works like the next day, she's asleep early because she has to get up at like 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning. So that's usually when I just spend my time streaming because it just works better that way. We are going to do some math. And it's not my forte, but we are going to do some math, nonetheless. I love math. I know you all do. Guten Abend. Guten Nacht. Yes. Guten Nacht. I know my German from Gabriel Knight too, so it's not good German. Okay. We need 135. Alright. So that's 90 degrees. That's 180. Hold on. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 90 to 180. So 90 degrees is 8. So 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Nope. Okay, so this is working in weird increments. Well, let me get my brain over. Oh, Fallout 4. Before I head to work. Nice model. Fallout's always great. Wonder Bogus is like me and knows that from the words from Brahms' Lullaby. No, I do not, sadly. I just know from Gabriel Knight too. It's 90 degrees. I need 135, so that is 45 degrees here. Right? So that's 90, that's 45. There we go. That's better. Much better. My brain couldn't wrap around that for a second because I've been just really tired. I haven't gotten much sleep. But now we cracked the code. And we're going the wrong way again. Up, my friends, up. English is fantastic, King Chris. Also, by the way, have you ever played Gabriel Knight 2? It is an absolute delight. Or the Gabriel Knight series in general. So good. Some of my favorite adventure game series. Because I love games that deal with kind of the supernatural and stuff like this. This guy, like the occult and stuff like that. I find that stuff really fascinating. Even though that's not, you know, anything that I particularly believe in. I just find it a lot of fun to look into. Oops, I need the first one. No alarm this time. It's probably a positive indicator. Yeah, I know, right? No darkness and alarm. So now we found our way out. Right? Look at this. Oh, you can look outside and see the fish swimming about in the depths of the floor of the sea. And there's lights and stuff like that that are built in the ground. The fish swimming around. Oh, look at that big guy. One of the things that the Myst franchise really loves is its animals and creatures. And you'll always find that very heavily in all of their stuff. Especially in like Uru, there's so many animals and creatures. It's quite a sight to behold. What? The Myst book. We're gonna get all the pages. So we've technically completed the first age. One of just a handful. Hooray for us. But we are going to get all the pages. So we have to go back and get the blue page and stuff like that for the other brother. So we got the first one. The message is going to change now. Enjoy.
You've returned.
I have.
Thank you for bringing me red.
You're welcome.
You must continue to help.
Okay.
My name is Sirius.
I got that earlier.
I beg you to find the remaining red pages. You must release me from this book which has become. Bring.
Red pages.
I need more red pages.
Red pages.
Beg. Don't waste time. Look. Don't. My brother is guilty.
Oh, it is.
And I wrongfully imprisoned. Bring the red page to me.
I mean, you're doing the head down, eyes up right now. You're doing this, okay? You're like, you bring that to me. Yeah, that's not always the best look for an innocent man. So he essentially just said, hey, good job. Keep getting more blue pages. Don't bother, or red pages. Don't bother with the blue pages. This is also the thing with real Myst. It's got a day-night cycle. It's different than the original Myst. It's kind of cool. I never playing games with subtitles on as a kid. I'm telling you, man, the ability to learn a language, even your own, right? Video games did an amazing job for all of that. Because I can say that, like, I started playing Space Quest 2 when I was like 4, the Apple II GS, and so it was the impetus for learning how to read, how to type, spell, that sort of thing, and just games in general being a tool for learning and bettering yourself. Absolutely spectacular. So if you go down this chamber here, you're gonna go see Achenor's room. Wait, yes, Achenor's room. I always get them mixed up. I don't know why. Blue room. Oh, this is pleasant. I love what you've done with your wonderful bone room. You need that human ribcage lamp. Everybody does. I mean, that's an absolute delight. Creepy mask. Check. What's this? Oh, just a skull. Turns into a rose. No big deal. This guy's a normal person. So normal. Probably the most normal. My bedroom is the bone room. You know, this guy is totally innocent, right? He's got a map. Look at all these maps. I love maps. What a nice map. He's got hobbies, cartography, and bones. Creepy maps. Creepy maps. Marker switch. The vault is located. Island of Myst. To achieve very easily, instructions are followed. Each of the markers turn every one of them on the on position. Then as a final step, there too. Oh, what? What could that mean? More maps. Creepy lamps. Creepy room. Look at this dude. So creepy. You're a creep. You got a bunch of poisons on your desk? These are poisons. They're skulls and crossbones. You're a freak. That's Akinar, though, for you. Truly amazing. What games do you play normally, King? I would love to know. I like gathering information and perspective about a bunch of different games. So by all means, please, what are some of your favorite games? Was it the person? The bone room. So one dude's into drugs and syringes. The other one's into bones. Alright, you ready? Hey, bone dude.
You've returned.
Hi!
You wouldn't return.
I did.
Ages to rescue me. I'm Akinar.
Yeah?
My brother, I beg you.
I know, don't for your brother.
To be complete. Always blue pages.
Blue pages? Ooh, pages.
To him.
Oh, listen. Yeah, I know.
Now listen to my brother.
I promise.
An egotistical fool and a liar. Bring me the blue pages. The red ones. Don't bring the red ones.
Okay, I won't bring the red ones.
I implore you. I've been wrongfully imprisoned.
Yeah, it's okay to listen.
I will have my retribution. Please bring me the blue pages. Pages, please.
So the role of Akinar here, this delightful, wonderful, heralding, just amazing, member of society, is played by Rand Miller himself, as is Idris, their father. And Sirius is played by the brother Robin Miller, who did all the music and art for the game. Absolute awesome joy. All right, so let's take a look at another book, shall we? This one's Channelwood. This is my favorite age. I've called this age Channelwood, and it is a very different world, though it is exactly how I imagined it. It is still amazing to see it with my own eyes. Water covers this age as far as I can see except for a small rocky island. Elsewhere, there are only trees, which grow directly out of the water. A myriad of thin wooden passageways are built just above the water and disappear into the forest. I assume they were built some time ago, for they appear aged. I'm eager to discover more about this land and its people, but I have arrived here late, and I must rest. I was awakened this morning by strange noises coming from a pathway adjacent to the one on which I had slept. I saw a group of monkey-like people heading in my direction. They had not seen me yet. I did not feel threatened by their presence. The response to me was one that I would have never expected. After staring at me for a short time, they fell to their knees and began what appeared to be some sort of ceremonial worship. I tried to speak to them, but they did not understand my language. Instead, they indicated through enthusiastic hand motions that I was to follow them. As we walked, I began to notice that the waters below us were changing colors. Slowly, subtly, they would change from deep blue to muddy orange, then from muddy orange to beautifully clear. I was so intrigued by the water, I hardly noticed that we had arrived at a ladder. Climbing the ladder led us to their village, which is about 10 meters above the water and can only be reached by rope ladders that stretched from the lower paths to the village level approximately halfway up the grand trees. It is very interesting watching these people carry out their daily tasks. Even after watching them for hours, I did not understand exactly what they were doing. At sunset, they motioned for me to follow them. I followed the creatures to the doorway of an enormous hut. Strangely, once inside, I found that the hut appeared even larger than it had from the outside. The walls were garnished with bright metals, and in the center of the hut sat the leader of these people. At least he appeared to be their leader, for he sat a meter off the floor in a thick throne. Guards surrounded the strong creature, who was dressed in many exotic, colorful fabrics. Next to the leader sat a very old human. At least to some extent he appears human. His hair, which was only on his face and head, was completely gray, almost white, and hung very long around his frail body. His thin head hung limply by an almost grotesque neck that could not hold its head up to look at me. But what a surprise, this creature could speak my language. Shortly thereafter, I was given a bed with some hand motions that looked to be telling me to go to sleep. I look forward to learning more. As I suspected, the ancient creature is a human, but he is old beyond his own reckoning and seems almost insane. However, the tree dwellers almost revere him as a god. They're treating me now in the same fashion, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. It is almost impossible to understand this old man. His voice is feeble but wild. He has adopted much of the language of the tree dwellers. He himself told me he had not spoken our own tongue in ages. He attempted to explain to me the history of this place. The following is my best translation of what he has told me. Many years ago, the humans and tree dwellers lived together in this place, which was then a vast island. They interacted very little. The humans dwelt on the ground, and the tree dwellers lived high above the humans. Occasionally, the island was disturbed by mysterious rumblings which happened randomly. Some sort of tectonic or volcanic action, I suspect. That sometimes slight, sometimes heavy tremors would only last a short time. Then they would stop, allowing everything to return to normal. One day, things changed. The rumbling began and grew quickly to unprecedented levels. Soon it became apparent that the entire island was sinking slowly into the ocean around them. Many of the humans died that day, but not before sacrificing themselves in order to stop the sinking of the island. The humans who lived through the catastrophe moved into the trees where they gradually died out, maybe because they were unequipped for such an environment, but I'm not sure. This is the story the old man communicated to me, although many details are very unclear in my mind. I'm especially confused as to how the humans saved the island from completely sinking. In fact, I doubt the accuracy of that part of the story. The island must have stopped on its own, yet the old man believes in the truth of the story as if he had been there, and the tree dwellers worship him, and apparently all humans, as if they were heroes or gods. The old man ended our conversation today with an event, which I will never forget. He began gripping my hand tightly, murmuring something about rest and asleep. He then said, "We had expected you to come sooner." These actions filled me with a sort of immediate dread, which, with much effort, he stood to his feet. I tried to help, but he pushed me away with more force. Then I imagined his frail body with more force than I imagined his frail body contained. The tree dwellers quietly surrounded him with very solemn faces. They then kneeled before him. He walked to each and placed his hand on their head. All the while he murmured words which I did not understand. Finally he turned to me and smiled. Then he closed his eyes and walked out the door and off of the narrow path high in the trees. The tree dwellers were silent. They began a procession down the nearest rope ladder. As I was descending, I saw several of them pick up the body. He'd fallen onto a lower level of walkway and carry it away. He was laying down at the dead end of a short pier-like structure. With the use of some potion, one of the tree creatures lit the pier on fire, and I watched as the flames engulfed him. As this strange funeral proceeded, the waters around the pier changed to dull green. This morning, I awoke, finding it hard to even believe the previous evening's events. The water is a dull green for as far as I can see now. For some reason, the water no longer shifts color. As I wander throughout the pathways, the creatures watch me, curious to see what I'll do next. They're constantly offering me strange objects of affection. I even found food outside the doorway to the room in which I had slept. This is a unique race of beings. I hope to learn their language soon, so that I may learn more from them. I lived on this world for 3 months, off and on, and the tree dwellers have shown great hospitality. I am even beginning to learn bits of their language. I've decided to return home for an extended stay with my loving wife and my sons, and hopefully return with them. However, I'm sure Catherine will once again refuse. I think this age would be a wonderful experience for them all, and I at least look forward to how Sirius and Achenar will react to its curious inhabitants. Catherine is staying behind, as expected. My sons have returned with me, and they enjoy the age very much. They get along very well with the tree dwellers and are picking up their language surprisingly fast. I've no doubt that it will not be too long until they can speak with the tree dwellers much better than myself. I'm leaving tomorrow to check on Osmoyan age. Sirius has suggested that I allow him and his brother to stay, though the idea unsettles me. I know the boys are growing up rapidly. The hospitality of these creatures is such that I could think of no better place to leave them alone for a short while, so I will consent to their request. I warned the boys not to take advantage of the respect the tree dwellers have for their ideas. They seem to understand my warning, and I have faith they will follow it. Much to my dismay, upon arriving in Everdunes, I learned that Pran and her people are continuing to be menaced by the Chokdik. I fear for their survival, and plan on returning to her shortly, after checking on Sirius and Achenar here. See Everdune's journal for more information. After watching Sirius and Achenar, I see they are handling things very well, and I think I can put to rest any fears about leaving them in Channelwood again, and for a little longer time. The tree dwellers seem slightly distressed that I am leaving, but are happy that Sirius and Achenar are staying behind again. I've been gone for over 3 days, and have been to many different places. I had to tell Sirius and Achenar about Pran's death today. They were visibly shaken, although they only remembered her from their childhood. Catherine has suggested that it would be wise for Sirius and Achenar to leave Channelwood for a while, and I have to agree. They will be returning with me when I leave again. I've told my sons that they will be returning with me in 2 days. They spent the entire night telling me of an adventure they experienced in my absence, and it was rather remarkable. It seems they constructed a boat with the creatures and traveled some ways out into the surrounding waters. I enjoy hearing them talk excitedly of their adventures, and am reminded of my own adventures as a child. I finally understand why the tree dwellers have been giving me their many inks and insisting I write with them. Looking through some of my past entries, I see now that the inks have changed from the black I thought they were to various different colors. I've shown some of the creatures my journal, and they laughed and howled. I did not know they had such a sense of humor. Even now, as I look through this very colorful journal, I cannot help but laugh myself. We will be returning tomorrow, so my sons are with the creatures for the last night here. They've told me they would like to come to Channelwood again, and also asked if they can visit some other ages alone. Though I will have to think over the request, I believe they have proven to me that they are trustworthy and responsible. Catherine will also have to help me decide whether they are ready for travel alone. For now I must give my farewells to the creatures, for I do not know how long it will be until I visit this age again. Future Bridge. Sorry. King says, my taste is all over the place. You can say I love playing fighting games like Street Fighter and Tekken. I also love RPG games like Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, and The Elder Scrolls. Also FPS like Doom, Battlefield, and so on, but my most favorite games nowadays are retro Commodore 64, Sega Genesis, SNES, you name it. King, you and I, we are brothers in arms already. I like how you think. I have a massive fat passion for fighting games in particular. Samurai Showdown, awesome, one of my favorite things. Virtual Fighter, those sorts of games really I connect with a lot, and always a lot of people kind of view that as a like an oxymoron, as a confliction of interests, right? To have a passion for story-driven games of world building, but also have a passion for fighting games? Huh? No, I love it all. And so like I dig you. Oh my god, what in the world is happening? I think my webcam is possessed. It's like just collapsing on its own. Hello. Hopefully you can see me okay. Let's check the tape. Hi. Okay, you can see me good. Yeah, so people find that as a weird contradiction, that I like those different types of games. As for Commodore 64, King Chris, I have a question for you. Have you ever seen one of my favorites? It is a game franchise that I love to death. It is... the Commodore 64 game, Habitat. Always curious to know if anybody ever remembers Habitat. I'm very curious to know if anyone has. It's one of my favorites. Very first graphical MMORPG game on the Commodore 64, made by LucasArts Games at the time, and it was Lucasfilms Games at the time, I think it was called. And MMORPG, or it had unique player housing, and it was something special. 7, 2, 4. Whatever could that mean? Puzzles upon puzzles. So it had custom player housing, player customization, graphical. It was graphical, and it had a verb coin to interact with the environment. It was kind of a more living society thing, a social game more than anything. Super fascinating, so cool, and still running to this day under the Neo Habitat name. Indeed, I agree. It's so good though. It's so good. Habitat is really interesting. I may at one point in time do a stream highlighting Habitat because it's so fun. You can play it on the modern systems. You can also play it on the original hardware, which is so cool. So our clue for Channelwood is 724. But you're wondering, where's Channelwood? Huh? Where would that be? Maybe this giant tree, which I can't really see at night. Huh, maybe. Let's see. I wonder. A safe? 7, 2, 4. Matches? Okay. Let's light it up, light it up, light it up. You're on fire! Okay. Oh no! Oh, I missed it! That's okay. Let's let it go down. That's interesting. That would have been really cool if he did. To play that game in at that time would have been really interesting. Here we are. Old Channelwood. Oh, this place. This is my favorite age in the game. Absolutely fascinating. This is the age where the real Myst kind of is very helpful in orienting yourself about where you are in particular, because this one's really all about kind of resource management. Yeah, you'll see. It's about following pipelines. So like, hey, look, there's a pipe. This is Channelwood. Large trees. See these wonderful pipes. So right now, where all this is going. You see this, you're like, oh, wonder what this is all about. Let's see. Oops. Huh, nothing's happening. What could it mean? Well, we'll follow these pipes. Let's take a look around a little bit. There's the dock that burns, or got destroyed from long ago. Who knows? I'm now in my early 20s, 30s, so remember things this early in my childhood. It's a bit difficult. I feel you, Chris. I'm 36, so I'm, you know, in my mid-30s right now. My memory's still kind of sharp, but there's things I kind of forget. I tend to spend a lot of time dwelling in the past, so I remember a lot of stuff as a gift, a boon, and a bane. So you've seen this generator. Huh. Oh. Oh, water's flowing. You can hear it now as you follow this pipeline. This is where it's helpful to have real Myst to kind of explore. Nice! Ah, to be old. To age. Okay, so that's telling you that this pipeline's cut off here, which will lead to a power and elevator over there. But what we want to do first and foremost, we saw that original thing. We're curious to know, like, hey, I wonder what that thing did. So we're going to change the flow of power over here. So that way we can raise this. You can hear the clang of the machinery saying that this has been powered up. Oh, look, now we've got a bridge. And now we can see all the way over here. All these things. We're like,
Thank you!
hey! Thank you so much, Chris, for following. Thank you! I appreciate it. You'll see more stuff like this. I also do a co-op stream with my my sister-in-law. She comes in from time to time and we play a bunch of stuff. So that extends now to get that pipeline connected. You'll see a lot of adventure games, a broad range of genres in general, new, old, it doesn't matter. I play pretty much anything and everything. And usually, right now I'm sharing stuff that I love and I've played a lot of. So like there's a lot of experience with this one. But you'll find that for like a lot of like the blind plays and stuff I played for the first time, you'll get a good perspective from that stuff as well. It's not, you know, living in a singular bubble where I'm like, you know, I like to play new things too, or stuff I've never played before, so don't worry, you'll find new stuff too. Or more things that I'm unfamiliar with. It's a better way to phrase it. So we got all these different things. Oh, I didn't get power yet over here. It's not diverted to this area yet. There we go. We'll take this elevator for right now. We're going to take a look at stuff and just see how everything goes. We're going to explore this place just a bit. Close the door. Always close the door. I'm here for sleep deprivation allows it. Hey, don't push yourself too long. Speaking of your sister-in-law, where's Chloe? Chloe's currently playing Spider-Man on the PS4 right now. She wanted to go beat that game. She was really close to the end. And Myst just doesn't interest her right now. We're going to do a co-op stream, but she just got back from... she had to go back home for a little bit before coming back out here. So she just came back home today, and she's just kind of exhausted. There's a whole bunch going on. We are now on the mid-tier levels, or we're in the upper levels now of Channelwood. We're wondering what mysterious things are here in this place. Where are all the ape people? This place looks like it's been alone and deserted for so long. What could it mean? And like it's a lone building over there. What does that mean? Oh, cool. Hope she's enjoying the game as much as you enjoy this one. Oh, she is, absolutely. She's loving Spider-Man a bunch. She's a giant Spider-Man fan, so... if she ends up... There we go, we've unlocked that one. So now there's a door that you can open up and get access to a stairway that leads up to that part of the area that you couldn't get to normally. I think you can't get to it normally, or can you? Maybe we can. Please tell her the DLC are worth getting on Spider-Man. So great. Muddle, I have yet. I will probably be investing in it. She's when I left her, she was doing the side missions that were the Black Cat stuff, but we don't have the DLC yet. But this is kind of the stuff that alludes to that DLC. So I'm curious to know how she's going to respond to that. If she's going to want that, I bet you she will. I want to. I love the game. So man, this place is in kind of ruins. It's in shambles. Let's see, so we opened this door that leads down. And now we're going to unlock this area here. What in the world could this pipe be? Oh, it's for another elevator that leads somewhere higher. So now we got to follow this pathway. Power this up. Nice. One of the ones I really want to get through, and I have to play through the rest of the series, but I have like God of War on PS4, but I want to wait and beat the rest of the games. I beat the first God of War. I have the collection on PS3. Oops, close the door first. I don't want to go through them because I think God of War on PS4 is probably going to be a really big one for me. Anything about dads being dads, even if it's an ultra violent game, it's still dads being dads. So very great. They get to me. I'll start crying like a babe. So now we're in a bigger area here. This is in someone's room. There's a knife. Yep, wine and cheese. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but this is looking like a serious room. This ain't looking like no Akinar room. There's a red page. Look at that. It's a serious room. Yep, he's got wine. Dude's a player. What's in this drawer? Can you see? No, just booze. Nope, we can't open those. We found his room, but we have yet to find where the book leading back to Myst is. Interesting. Let's keep exploring. Way high up. Huh. That's an Akinar room. Look at that thing. Creepy. That guy's a creep. There's all the creepy skulls. You're a creep. Big old creep. Creepazoid. Playing a hack version of Lufia 2 on the Sinestro Rise of the Sinestrals on the SNES and really nice. Lufia's a good game. There's a lock that's busted. There's a blue page. Okay, dude. Okay. Not creepy at all. Big old gaping maw. Not creepy at all. I'm sure he's saying something like, "Hey, I met your friend Steve the other day. You know, Steve the Monkey Man. He's pretty cool. We went and had a couple drinks. He's a great guy."
I hope I pushed the right button. Very interesting device, dear brother. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? He is preparing. Remember, take only one page.
Ooh, interesting. That's cool for the hack. Oh man, they're in cahoots. So this is an Achenar room. Lots of weapons, a big serrated blade. Clearly, that's an Achenar room. And so what you can see is, watch, when you enter the rooms. Interesting.
I hope I pushed the right button.
So yeah, that thing is an imager, and he can set it to display when people enter there. So he used that as a way to intimidate people. So we've gotten here. There's his room. There's still the matter of finding where to get to the Myst book. I don't exactly remember, to be honest. It's all escaping me right now. We'll find it. Shouldn't be too hard, considering. Okay. We're gonna walk back down. Okay. So we need to revert the power to this way. Oops. And then, yep, that's right. And then I think we need to go left. Am I right about this? Let's see. Where's the bridge with the tube? It is not here. We need to go that way. Which is easy to fix. Okay. Yep, that's where we need to go. I love like hacks and stuff that kind of adds content or brings content that was lost back to it, to old games and stuff like this. I think that's just super interesting. Something that kind of adds to it that is not against the spirit of it, because sometimes there are some, but there's also like weird Mario ROM hacks which are always cool. Like, you know, Mario's not such a sacred thing that you need to be very mindful of keeping it very Mario, you know. But like some of the games, you know, people kind of hack stuff and it gets kind of weird, and you're like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. But look, Myst book. So we've got another page. I like the hacks that give you a harder challenge. That gives you like that right level of challenge, right? That's like I like ones that ramp it up, but in a way that feels right. You know, it doesn't feel necessarily tacked on or just fabricated in a way. That's what he has to say. We got 2 pages.
Have returned. Additional page.
Hi, kitty. Have you? Oh.
Free from my prison on this forgotten island of Myst. I see that you are. I am called Sears.
Yes.
I need all the red pages. I know.
I know you
Must
do.
search and bring
I'm working on it, dude.
2 more for the red pages. I am released, I promise. Don't touch the blue pages.
I won't touch the blue pages, okay?
Where my for my wicked brother, Acheron.
Yeah, he is kind of weird.
He is a man of distorted mind and senses.
You're telling me.
He disgusts me.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Do not release Acheron.
Okay, okay.
Thirst for destruction is not never ending.
Yeah.
Bring the red page.
Okay.
Beg you, please release me from this prison. Promise.
I promise.
Greatly rewarded.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. I'm on Team Cirrus right now. You may do the creepy head down, eyes up thing. You may be into some crazy mind-bending drugs and, like, really greedy, but, you know, you don't have a bone room. Who has a bone room? Crazy people have bone rooms. Bone rooms. Bone rooms. Okay. What? Oh, come on. Oh, okay, so you gotta go up. I forget. I forget these things. It's been a while. It's been a while. There we go. Boink, down we go. Let's get the other brother's book, and then we will be free. I love this age though, just because like you can understand the logic of the puzzles. They're all kind of self-encased within the age of themselves, and it was just really fun to follow that path. It's not overly complicated, and with that, like I super appreciate that immensely. Okay. Following the water. What's great is that, like, to go the other way, all you have to do is just divert the water this way, climb back up the stairs, get that blue page, come back down, divert the water again that other direction, then you're good to go. One of the ages that we're going to be going to, we have 2 more to go, by the way, and then we'll be done. We're halfway there. One of the ages in particular is a massive pain in the butt, to say the least. To get the page, you have to go through this convoluted maze. It's not hard. It just is very long-winded. And then once you complete that, that's where you get the page. And then you have to go... Or that's where you get to the Myst book. And so the pages are like right out in the open. And you have to go and do that over and over again. It's a massive pain in the butt. You're going the correct way, yes. To have to do. Every other one is pretty straightforward. You just have to, you know, take a little jaunt. Doesn't need any stopping for leveling up to get through the next area. I don't mind that stuff for like experiencing the story. So like I do enjoy like a JRPG that doesn't hit you with a lot of filler. As long as like the combat mechanics are fun, you can have that a bit. Like Grandia was one I really enjoyed a bunch. And, but like, you know, Chrono Trigger's a good pace, like 15-20 hours to beat. Love that. That's a perfect pace for me. But if like you really dig the game, then at that point, like that new game plus, where it ramps that difficulty up, really kind of makes you have to think a lot more strategically. I think that's really awesome. A lot better in that sense. I don't like it when the game kind of starts up at 11. I like it where the game is at like a 4 or 5, and then once you beat it, if you really dig it, it ramps up to 11, and you can take it for a second spin. Oh, the sun sets on Channelwood. By the way, Muddle Madness. I love that Muddle Madness. The name reminds me very much of Muds, the multi-user dungeons, text-based MMOs. Oh, that excites me. If that is in any way related, that would make my day, but I'm sure it's not, but still. I love Muds. I'm a dork for like text-based games. Let's see what crazy old Lakinar, Mr. Bone Room, has to say. I'm sure it has something to the effect of, blue pages. Bring me blue pages. My other brother, he's a liar. I'm Akinar. Blue pages. You give me blue pages. Don't give red pages. Give me blue pages. I was totally... Dude, I was in the right. That other dude's an asshole. Blue pages.
Ah, good.
Damn, hey buddy.
Still more blue pages, you bastard.
I'm getting there, man. It's cool.
Bring more. I must have some more.
I'm gonna give you some, dude. Don't worry.
All I ask of you.
Dude, that's it.
Long. It's been so long since my brother, Sirius, wrongfully imprisoned me within this book. Stupid schemes.
Sorry about that, dude.
Pretty speech. It's been... Greed, which is endless.
Yes.
It should be perfectly obvious to you.
It's pretty obvious.
He's done evil and he has destroyed all before.
It's true.
Do not bring the red pages to him.
Dude, your face getting all weird.
Not let him trick you. He tricked our father.
I'm sure he did, dude. This is pretty tricky.
Hideously murdered our father.
Oh!
He'll trick you. He'll murder you. Don't touch the red pages.
Did that.
I beg you to bring the blue pages. To me. Listen, you must obey me.
Listening. I'll obey, dude. Okay. Blue pages, right?
Blue pages are my only hope. You must help me. You must help me.
I got you, dude. I got your back. But, what about the bone room, though? No? Oh, you're gone already. No bone rooms? Muddle says, I can't trust either of the brothers. I don't know. I mean, Akinar seems like a good guy. I mean, it's just a human skeleton in his bone room. It's nothing, right? No, it's fine. We're totally fine. Whoops. Whoop. Let's do this one first. I will save, whoops. I'll save the other one for last. Is that right? Okay, that's on there. I think that's on there. Bye, books. I don't know, I mean, you got crazy drug money guy, and then you got intimidating bone dude. Which one? Right? Red dude's got a bunch of knives, he's gonna stab you in the back, that dude's gonna stab you in the front. Which one would you rather have? I don't know. Bone dude seems pretty good. Okay, so we're looking at 240. 2, 2, 1. Whatever could that mean? Interesting. 240. 221. Yeah, man, every person has at least some issues. I'm sure everything will turn out just fine. That's what I'm saying. Look, I mean, King Chris has got the right idea here. You don't judge a book by its cover, right? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Miss jokes! Huh, 240. 221. You got anything? No? No? How about you? You got anything? Oh, a clock. Oh, 240. Okay. This is a tough one. I forget about how this one goes. Don't judge a book by its video clips. Will you take the red pill or the blue pill? Oh, I mean book, of course. Okay. Okay, why? Kind of botched this. Let's start this over 1 second. Reset. Okay. So 2, 2, 1. Turn. Why can't you turn? Oh, I only have so many turns to do it in. I gotta do it in so many attempts. That's right. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh, snap. Okay. That's easy then. This is an easy puzzle. Bam! Don't judge a book by its video clips. Maybe the quote of the stream. I'm not gonna lie. Don't judge a book by its video clips. So now that we have that solved, that was easy enough, right, boys and girls? Get ready for a weird one. This is a weird age. Oh, we haven't read the book yet about this age, though. Let's read the book first. Duh. This is Mechanical Age, right? I think that's right. Oops, not that book. That's a burn book. Is this it or Selenetic? That one's Selenetic. We want this one. That's the rhyme book. That's the wrong book. Rhyme book. Stone chip. There we go. Before arriving in this age, I was determined that it would be a journey to a world very different from my previous adventures, and it was. The sky here is dark and gray and incessantly displays flashes of lightning in the distance. I met a very old man with a long beard and hair that hangs to his waist. He is very feeble, and has trouble even moving. This man has obviously been through very, very many things in this strange world, and I have learned many things from him. He's told me an interesting story of this world's history. As with all ages, right? Coincidentally. Years ago, he told me there was a beautiful city that rose up out of the water. It housed many people inside its walls, and the people had everything they wished for. The city was surrounded by 3 high hills, which rose higher than the city. On the east hill of the city rested a large lookout post. The people of the city had constructed the post expecting visitors to arrive from the east. The people had no means of traveling on the water, which forced them to merely wait for friend or foe. As time passed, friendly visitors brought rumors of an enemy that existed beyond the horizon. The people grew fearful, yet nothing happened. One day, the usually sunny sky became as dark as night, and black ships appeared on the horizon. The lookout post's attempts at peace were turned away, and the sentries there were easily overwhelmed. The ship continued to wreak havoc on the city, apparently destroying everyone and everything. After the foundations of the city were destroyed, the city sunk deep into the ocean, and only the lookout post remained. The black ship sailed away. The man continued to say that 8 people had hidden and managed to survive through the attack. In the 9 years since the attack, 2 of the survivors had died. He also said that it was rumored that 10 years from the attack, the enemy would return to finish the destruction they had started so long ago. I've decided since hearing the man's story, it would be admirable to save this civilization and stop this enemy's plan of destruction. I'm excited about the adventure that awaits me, and an idea has sparked in my mind to provide the needed defense for these people. I met the remaining survivors today, and I have begun work on a plan for protection. Gear room. This is important. What? After a short absence, I have returned to the stage with my two sons. They have, as of yet, traveled rarely with me, and they are understandably excited to be here. They've grown considerable since Everdunes, and it is already obvious to me that they will be a great help this time. Everdunes! Keep referencing Everdunes, so you haven't read that book yet. Great help this time, instead of the nuisance they have been in the past. All three of us, along with 4 of the healthier survivors, began construction today. We are building upon the old city's ruins, which will provide a perfect foundation for our fortress. My sons have been spending much of their spare time on the South Island, where most of my materials are stored. I'm very pleased with their intelligence, and their creativity is refreshing to see, as they work on some small projects of their own. It has been over 4 months now. Construction is going well. My sons love the world except for its gray sky. They detest the gray sky and tell me many times they wish the sky here was like the blue sky in Myst. The old man I first talked to tells me that the enemy is due in 4 months. I feel we will be ready when the time comes. The man reminds me of Emmett in many ways, and I often wonder how Emmett and his people are doing. It's been 6 months of work. We've finally finished the fortress. It rests between the 3 hills, which are now only islands due to a rising water level that the people experienced after the attack. Inside the fortress, I have designed a most intriguing device. It makes use of a technology called holography. I began experimenting with on my visits to Aspermere. It'll be working in a couple of days after I compensate for some small miscalculations. This holographic device will enable the survivors to learn to use the fortress power. Track stops. Yep. Okay. The enemy is due to come soon, and I trust the fortress will provide sufficient protection for all of us. The black ships have come. Their attack was substantial. Their weapons have been stopped, and it appears that they have turned away in defeat. I couldn't help but smile as I watched the boats leave. Insignia of the black ships. Dwarven Dad, how are you today? Welcome to the Myst stream. I hope you are having a wonderful evening. It is so good to see you again. Insignia of the black ship. Look at the flag. We have seen it before. If you remember, those of you who have been watching this whole time, if you watched, we went to the Stone Ship Age in Cirrus's bedroom. There's a bunch of drawers that had a bunch of like cloth and stuff, and that insignia is in there. Last night we had a small celebration, and the old survivors danced their dances of old. My sons did not understand why the sky had not turned back to its original blue. The old man told them that the storms would never end until the enemy was destroyed. I assured my sons that a blue sky was not worth the risk of death, and they seemed to hear me. I've had a healthy adventure, and have begun work on a new book. Once again, I must leave a familiar age in search of a new universe. I have begun, but first I'll have an extended time with Catherine, whom I miss very much. I must also return to the people of the Tide. I believe in my travels I have found a substance that will ease the pain of their bone ailments that they have long endured. I hope to return to Mechanical Age one day and find the population growing and my fortress still strong. Though the sky may always be black, I'm confident the people here feel a heavier darkness has been lifted from their shoulders. Hope you're doing great, Dwarven Dad. It's good to see you. Have you played Myst before? I'd love to hear your thoughts on the franchise, if you've played it, and what you thought of it, and if you haven't played it, why? What's keeping you from enjoying this amazing game series? So that opened up these gears, and the book that'll lead us to the Mechanical Age. Nope, never played it. Do you know anything about it? What's your thoughts on it? A lot of people have a very heated and divisive perspective of what Myst is and what it represented for the gaming industry in the 90s. A lot of people blamed it for the death of games. I remember seeing it everywhere back in the day. Well, it's because it's a game that has environmental storytelling, right? It's telling you the story not so blatantly, and while you're getting bits and pieces through these journals, they're kind of more background information about the worlds that you're seeing, more so than you are about the characters. And as you explore these worlds, you start to see more information about them. And this is the Cyan Games at like the budding moments of their capabilities, right? You'll see when you play something like Riven, when I play Riven and show it, how that has drastically changed at that point. They run away with this idea of storytelling, and it's really great. So this is the mechanical age. As you can see, the skies are still pretty gray. But the fortress is here. Hi, fortress. There's some numbers. Ooh. Plus, plus, minus, minuses. I don't know what that means yet. Excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh. Bad sneeze. So essentially, Dwarven Dad, the whole goal is that you were on this mysterious island that's empty of people, and you get this message from a man that says, like, my library's been destroyed. One of our sons is the one responsible. You know, who could it be? And then you go to the library, and there are these 2 books with these 2 people trapped in them. The 2 sons. And one's a red book, and one's a blue book. And they're like, bring red pages to free me. Don't go to the other one. The blue book guy is the one who did all this. The blue book person says, bring me blue pages. Don't give red pages. Me blue pages. That other dude's the one responsible. I'm innocent. And it's you exploring the world, determining who really is at fault. And also, just getting to understand the world. Look at this place. What a creepy place. It's so creepy. Oh, I accidentally opened up a secret passage. Whoops. Let's wind this up. No, this is a newer version. Yeah, Dwarven Dad, this is real Myst. So this uses an engine that is was the early engine that Ages Beyond Myst and Myst 5 used. They kind of recreated it using this engine, so we can roam freely. Looking out into the horizon, what do you see? Nothing. Huh. Curious. Checkerboard. I think that was another Cosmic Osmo reference. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it is point and click. And it was originally like a slideshow. It used a thing called HyperCard to do the stuff. It was really cool. We're not going to mess with that just yet. Oh, look at this place. Swords. A monkey man head. I mean, nothing terrifying here, right? Look at this. Helm, swords, skins. Fortress Rotation Simulator. You ready? Listen to this. This is the key. This is interesting. So that locks it. See, it can't do anything. The left one locks and unlocks. The right one does things. You gotta count 1, 2, 3, 4. So you gotta do kind of a count. Yeah. This is the way to go. This is the way to go. In all honesty. Okay, we're winding this up. What can happen? Ah! Mechanical snake! Crossbow, maces, bullhorns, just a whole torture chamber. Huh, sounds like an Akinar room. Crazy ass Akinar. Oh Jesus, this guy is a psychopath. And look, here's his secret room. Huh, secret torture chamber. Oh, like you electrocute people in a cage. Meat cleaver. This guy's totally normal. The most normal. Look, human heads. Or monkey heads. Now we know what happened to the people in Channelwood. And a blue page. We got his first this time. So this age is actually pretty straightforward. What you will see as you explore is... See, now we're back to the entrance. We needed to get to that spot right there. I believe that's the spot I needed to get to. That's where the age is. And so we have to go into the mechanical side of things and run these gears and listen. You do like a counting thing. He's a collector. Well, of heads. You know him. He's just a cool dude. Okay, so I gotta remember how to get into that. Oh, yeah, there's a stairs here. I gotta remember how to do this. It's been a while. Oh, there. Doink. There we go. Alright. So, we've got this big old gear. Right? Ready? 2,000, 3,000, 4. Oh, I did it a little too far, I think. Let's check. Let's check our work. We rotated this thing. I think we rotated it a little too much. Oh wait, did we even rotate the thing? Hold on. Oh, we're not even doing that yet. I'm jumping the gun. Jumping the gun. See this gun? I'm jumping it. There. The gun has been jumped. Okay. Going up. You're like, oh, interesting. What's all this about? There's the gears. Can I go up more? I forget. Oh, that's right. You gotta get out. I'm remembering all this now. Bam! Okay. Oh, let's see if I remember this. Okay. Oh, oops. Wrong button. 1, 1,000. 2, 1,000. 3, 1,000. 4, 1,000. Let's see if we can do this right. Ready? 1, 1,000. 2, 1,000. Oh, you gotta unlock first. Unlock. 1, 1,000. 2, 1,000. 3, 1,000. 4. Lock it. Bam. Let's see if I got it right. This is going to be this puzzle for the most part. It's me being like, did I get that right? Let's go check. Because this is really all it is. It's a guesstimation. You're trying to get it to line up with the spot. And look at that. We did. Hooray! Okay. So we've got last two are pyramid, 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 sun. And the other bit, half moon. Okay. That's one part of the puzzle. Now we need the other part of the puzzle. Well, that's not a pain in the butt at all. Let's save the game. Let's save the game. Oops, not load. Save. Bam. Save. Okay. I was like, this thing stuttered for a second. Oh boy. Let's stop for a minute. Let's get that figured out. Alright. So, now we do 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4. Alright, have a good night. Muddle, thank you for coming in. Man, gotta get ready for work. It was a pleasure to have you. Thanks for stopping in and keeping us company, dude. I appreciate it immensely. If you want to see the end of this, of course, there's the archives and stuff like that. You'll be able to catch up on everything. Everything's archived, so have a good night. And thanks for coming in, dude. I appreciate it. Okay, let's unlock everything. Ready? 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4. 1002, 1003, 1004. 1, 1002, 1003, 1004. Bam! Nailed it. Oh, it's getting dark. Okay. So, we've got upside down spike, triangle, upside down spike. Okay, ready? Oh, hold on. One fraction of a second. I gotta go get a drink of water, and I also gotta get the baby monitor because Mrs. Stroller went to sleep. So I'll be right back, guys. Ooh, hold on. I'm gonna run out just a tiny quick ad. And I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. So, just so you guys all know, I am also a full-time stay-at-home dad. So, if my kids get up, which is a likely thing to happen, I have to go take care of them, and that pretty much ends the stream. So, my youngest is 2. She has some sleep issues. So we're working on it, but she does pretty well. Usually around like 11 o'clock, between 11 and 1, she'll wake up, and it causes mass hysteria. Other than that, it's okay. So just please understand. Like, they take first priority on all of this. I do this for fun, just to share. I love games and everything, but kids come first. Red! What? How's it going, Red? How are you doing today? We're playing Myst! Red, we're halfway there. You'll have to forgive me for just a fraction of a second. I have to keep count here. Ready? 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1004. Ready? 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1004. Bam. Should do. It was everything I ever thought it would be! What's this she says? Good to see you back in action, Bogus. It's going! You didn't work today! Oh my gosh! I'm so happy for you! Did you have a great day? Red, did you get a nap? Did you get a nap? Tell me. Oh, why am I going down? No, I don't want to. Oh, yeah, I don't want to go down. Okay. Was it everything you wanted and more? Please tell me it was everything you wanted and more. I dream of those days when you get to, like, sleep. And there's peace in this world. I dream of that day, Red. I don't think it's ever gonna happen for me. Bedroom between the kiddos, hey! Oh my gosh! You slept in! Oh, I dream of that day, Red. I dream of that day to be able to sleep in. Maybe one day. Okay, so we got our notes. We got our handy dandy notes here. See this note? That's what I gotta do. Handy dandy notes. Wackadoo designs. Bam. Half circle. Bam. Ka-chow! In the words of the great Lightning McQueen, ka-chow. You haven't had a snack! What was your snack, though, Red? Red, what was your snack? I gotta know. I gotta know. What was the snack? I remember my daughter was a pain getting to sleep. Honestly, it wasn't until this past year you could resume. Yep. Chow! What kind of chips, Red? You're still being vague. We need specifics here. We need chip details. Slip the chip. Details. The paper again. What a mystic element that you don't see often on Twitch. Chris, kettle chips? Again! Red, you're being very vague. Were they just plain kettle chips? Were they some kind of delightful barbecue cheddar kettle chips? Sea salt kettle chips, certified gluten-free. That's what I'm talking about. Are you ready? Red Alex, I'm going to introduce you to a very dear friend of mine. All right, we have been through so much together, this friend of mine and I. His name is Akinar. He has a bone room. He's an absolute delight. All right, severed heads of monkey people, torture chambers. He is an absolute gem. Here, meet Akinar.
Oh, my friend.
Hey, buddy.
Bring in the blue pages.
Yeah, I got blue pages, buddy.
I see.
What?
Convinced the Cirrus is guilty. Pray,
Yeah.
do not release him.
I know, don't worry.
He will destroy me.
I know. He's like that, isn't he? Brothers, right?
Innocent bystander. I've been wrongfully tricked into imprisonment.
Yeah. Bone chambers will do that to you, man.
Didn't you have observed his unbridled lust for riches?
Yeah, you know. That's
In the 4 remaining worlds.
full remaining. Dude,
It was almost perfect. Final blow to father. You tricked him into believing that it was I who was the murderer.
yeah.
I didn't murder father. Bring me the remaining. Just please.
Dude, I'm gonna, don't worry.
A liar. Pulling a liar.
I know he is.
Must not be free. Remaining blue pages
I'll
from
get
the
you-
last age of Myst. I must be free.
I know,
Free
dude.
me.
I know.
I
And
cannot
Red,
bear it here for eternity.
oh my gosh, this guy.
Free me.
Yeah, I'll give you the blue pages. Blue pages, I know, my friend. Jeez, you have some weird odd fixation with blue pages. Red Ox, the next, he wants blue pages. What's wrong with that? It's not like he wants something crazy like yellow pages. Oh, the red/pink ones. I mean, for real, blue ones. I saved the last age. Ironically for you, Red Ox, because it's all music. It's music and sound oriented. It's got a piano puzzle. But we gotta get the red page for our buddy Cirrus, who is obviously far more hinged than his brother Akinar. He's got just drugs and money. He's just into drugs and money. That's all. No big deal. Oh, look, night has sprung. So we're playing real Myst, right? This is actually a remake of the original Myst, using the early engine that later was used for Uru Ages Beyond Myst and Myst 5. It added also really cool day and night cycle. So it's now nighttime, and we got a little light source to help see. That's so cool. So you played the original Myst then, right? You played the original Myst. But you didn't do Riven. Or the other ones. You see? So look at this guy. See? He's just into wine, right? Like, he's digging wine and gold bars. Totally sane person. No human heads. No bone rooms. Obviously, this guy is innocent. I need red page. Thank you. Okay, so I did just beat Riven. I made a path for it. We'll be playing that next, I think. Because I can beat it in another stream. Like in a single stream. It won't be too long. It's actually pretty... Once you path it out and you know what you're doing, it's a complicated game. And I've played this since I was like probably Luke's age. Wow! That's about right. You're around my age, a little younger. I think. Right? How old are you? If you don't mind my asking, of course. Red book. Let's say hi to Cirrus. Hi, Cirrus, buddy. Okay, I'm 36, so like we're not too far off. Cirrus!
With each page I can see more clearly.
Yeah, dude.
Soon, free from this horrid prison.
Horrid prison. Oh yeah, so
You
horrid.
must visit the one remaining age.
I know.
You have not
I got you, dude.
confident that that my brother Akana is demented.
He is so
He is
demented.
guilty.
So guilty.
He took advantage of the freedom our father had given us. Akana began to
I know, dude, he's crazy. Have you seen the bone room? Bone room.
I ask you again,
Yep.
do not retrieve the blue pages.
I won't, I promise. I'm so not doing blue pages.
He will destroy both myself and you, just as he destroyed the other pages of Myst.
See? Yeah, what an ass.
Never will escape. You must simply bring the red
I will, dude. I'll give you the red pages. I won't get the blue ones.
that I, your wisdom,
Scout's honor.
you will see that I am innocent and he is guilty.
I know, you are so innocent. You're probably the most innocent person I know.
This forgotten island long ago.
Yeah. Come on.
I will owe you my life, and you will be greatly rewarded.
Dude, I've seen all the chests of gold, booze, and drugs. I'm sure I will. You'll hook me up, right? Are we sure he's not an arms dealer? I don't remember the bone room. It was so creepy when I was 10. I was 10 as well when I put this, so I'm gonna give you all my drugs and dollars. Red pages, blue pages, all seems a bit of a gray area to me. Drug Lord Cirrus has left the chat. I love it. He's totally just a gigantic drug lord. That's just all he is. Okay, we've got, oops, burn book. This is the one. It's the last age book. It has been a while since I've heard only silence, and I enjoy it greatly. I think for some reason, I do not feel altogether welcome in this new world in which I've arrived. But how could I be unwelcome in an age with no inhabitants? It is, of course, only in my head. This world is very beautiful, but I think I've yet to ever write in a journal that an age I have linked to is horrid or disgusting. From the grassy hill where I am standing, I can see green fields below, along with a few scattered forests. A rather large lake looms some distance from where I'm standing, yet the water's blue can be seen plainly from here. The air is fresh, and the sky is sparkled with white clouds. It is absolutely breathtaking, and yet, that strange feeling again. Perhaps it is the hot breeze that continues to blow from the north. Hotter than I would have imagined. It almost singes my skin, and I feel quite uncomfortable when it comes. I will try to ignore it. Night has almost arrived, and the sunset is spectacular. Oranges and reds have settled above the western horizon. Though night has come, the horizon still glows red long past the sunset. Dark reds flow from the horizon and blend into the black sky. Again, the feeling. And I'm beginning to believe it is not all in my mind. I must sleep now. I will need my strength to explore more tomorrow. I've had to return home due to an unpredictable natural occurrence more frightening than I've ever experienced. I was awakened by terrible shakings in the ground and explosions on all sides of me. Gigantic balls of fire were falling from the sky, and I immediately left in fear of my life. I must remember to bring a Myst linking book with me when I return in case the one left there has been destroyed or damaged. I've returned to a different world than the one I left only 3 months ago. It's been transformed into a barren desert land with only gigantic craters scattered across the land to provide variety. Strangely enough, the small grassy hill where I spent my first night remains exactly the way I found it. Apparently the falling meteors did not hit this area, leaving an oasis in the midst of this horrible desolation. The hot wind, I remember, has turned into a rather pleasant breeze, which is at least one improvement. I fear it is the only improvement. The magnificent lake I saw on my first visit is now completely dried up. However, another lake now exists and appears to be quite a bit larger. I assume one of the falling meteors created this lake due to its circular shape and the jutting rock that grows out of the center of the lake. The rest of this world seems like a desert, although I will verify that statement with closer inspection. Though this world has little visual excitement to offer, it offers much to the ears, sounds constantly flowing through my ears, and I have found where a few of them originate. It seems, as Catherine says, I do find beauty in everything. Last night, I was awakened by a horrible hissing. I was sweating, and the heat was so intense that I immediately dipped my head in a nearby stream to cool it down. The hot breezes had returned, along with a low roar from the ground. I walked a short distance to observe some red flames shooting up from the earth. Suddenly the ground began to crack and a huge chasm opened. The chasm continued to grow until it was far too wide to cross. Then the tumult subsided, leaving only a dull roar. I've decided, however, I can use the chasm to my advantage. Perhaps the heat from the chasm can be harnessed. Collect heat. Radiant chasm! Even as the chasm is ripped into the surface of this world, it has opened up a whole new world to explore. Although uncomfortably hot, I found it possible to reach a cave in the chasm that had been created, and have now explored deep into the crust of this planet. I found a vast underground cave system that will take many years to map and explore. I will also look for a safer way to reach the underground, then through the chasm wall. This age seems to change on its own, so I feel I should leave again and see if things are different when I return. It is also important that I check on Cirrus and Achenar and make sure everything is going along well. When I return, I also hope to bring back some tools I'll need for my plans to explore the underground. The abundance of raw materials here is beginning to amaze me. I've returned with some of the complex tools I knew I would be needing. I assumed I would have to return for more basic materials. However, it seems as though I will be able to find everything I need here. Of course, iron is abundant, but I've also found titanium occurring naturally. I'm all the more excited to begin work. Everything is set, and I look forward to tomorrow. My raw materials are all here. I think I'll be able to have most of my additions to this age completed within 1 year. I so love working with my hands, whether writing or building. I begin today on the bridge and the acoustic, magnetic idea will work well, and I've decided to. 3 meters is not enough support for the beams, although amazingly strong. Has to be one of my most prized inventions. Could never have imagined it to come together quite as. I doubt I could possibly work with 14 instead of 8. Completely fatigued, I'm so happy to have completed tomorrow. I'm leaving today in order to bring back Cirrus and Achenar. I've left them alone in Channelwood. I believe they will enjoy all there is to see here. The age seemed to have stabilized. I believe the meteor set off a period of volcanic activity by piercing into the shallow crust, but the tremors have become few. I've just noticed that a large amount of this journal has curiously vanished from the very pages on which I wrote over the last 18 months. Fortunately, I've copied many of my construction notes in another journal. I do not understand the many mysteries of this world, but I trust I will discover logical answers to my questions. I have a feeling that many of my questions can be answered in another age, to which I hope to travel soon. But for now, I must simply accept this world's mysteries and take pride in my own accomplishments. Okay. So, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 6, 7, 8, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12 is 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is 3. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Hi guys. 1 second. Woo, let's go back here. For the dangerous pages. Red side, guys. You had on a bit. Okay, relax. Awesome. I'll be here still, I think. Catherine, relax and say Catherine at the piano. So this guy like parallel universe jumping? That is C minor scale being indicated, or a B flat major? I was too slow to come up for a name for Akinar, so for now he'll be Bonerific Akinar. Sorry. So Dwarven Dad. So what's happening is, in a nutshell, these are the journals of Atreus, the father of these two kids, right? He's of the race Denis, this humanoid people that had the ability to write books, a style of writing of books that could create a link to what they describe, a world of their that meets the requirements of what they wrote. And it's a complicated thing, one that we'll dive into as we play the other games, one that we learn a lot more about, and also the kind of the moral and implications of that ability to do so. It's very fascinating. It's really cool, and I just can't wait. Sorry. So, okay. So, 1, 2. Okay, let's get moving. We got stuff to do. The Denis says, Denis. When I get to show you all Denis, the city, my heart, it is intense for that city. I have an absolute love for all of that. I live the Myst Online game. I have lived in, or I have just sat and existed in that world for so long and explored it to its utmost limits. And it's something that I obsess over to this day. I still visit always. I love, yes, Dwarven Dad. And what's interesting, they have this concept of like you can also write a book or make a change to a book that you've currently written. And while that world may seem similar, it is not the same. And it creates, the link has changed to a different place. You can make 59 volts. You can make changes that are minor that can actually keep that link the same and actually physically change the world itself. But that takes a lot of skill and a lot of finesse. It's another thing that we talk about as you explore the sequels of this game. It's so great. I absolutely... This, of course, and this one isn't the best to showcase the world and their world building, because this was their first game. They didn't quite have it wrapped. There's a lot of contradictions to how writing works. And, for instance, Atreus wrote into existence objects like the ship. You can't really do that. At least not in the way that it happened to be, but it's a complicated thing. It's a mess, but I love it to death. It is, So we're diving down here. We need to get some power going. Okay, so we need to get 59 volts. So that's 7, 29, 34, 50, 2, 3. Okay, that's too much. Okay, let's start over. Oh, yeah, we overloaded the thing. So let's see what it is here. So we need, what do we do to get to 59? That's 58. 59. Okay, so 2 and 4. Okay. I'll remember this. So we have to reset the breaker on this, which is outside. And is it this guy here? I forget which one it was, where you go to reset the breaker. Yeah, it's this guy here. Boom. Yes! Thank you! Oh! Parker, thank you. It's extremely risky in terms of predictability. One of the things that makes Catherine so interesting in her writing, that's Atreus' wife, is that she broke a lot of the rules. There's very strict rules in Denis on how H's are supposed to be written. she very much is wrote in defiance of those things, using her imagination and using her creativity. And she was able to. Okay, it just stayed that way. I don't have to do anything. It's great. She was able to write that stuff into existence in really interesting and creative ways that broke the rules, but didn't also break the stability of the ages that she linked to. Boing. Hello. Okay, so hello, little keyboard. So we want 1, 2, 3. That's the 5th one. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. That's right. Let's double check. By the way, welcome, Parker. It's an absolute pleasure. And the fact that you said these things also tells me that you're an adamant Myst fan. Welcome. It is an absolute pleasure to have you. Oh my goodness. So good to have another fan. There are strict rules of the Dunny method of the art, but that doesn't mean those limits are absolute. I like to imagine that the Dunny rules of writing were established for the purpose of safety. That is my thing. I don't think you're wrong. I think you're 100% right. But they also probably made those rules to also limit what people could make, right? So they wanted to make sure that what was created was safe, but also was something that didn't aid and abide in towards somebody's power-hungry desires, right? Make something that was too plentiful. Like Rinaref, oh my gosh, sorry, we're gonna get, since you know stuff about Denis, I'm gonna go crazy. Rinaref created the link to Denis as a reason to limit the power of the Denis, right? And so probably the rules that were created in this way for writing books in ages was also another limiting factor. They didn't want to have themselves have limitless power in that way, so that they could then learn, maybe struggle to survive, and work for their stuff. With that power, they could have not had to work at all, and then end up being like that age where all of the Denis descendants, which are totally escaping my brain right now, where they went to in the Book of Denis. Oh man, I should try this Myst thing out. As I understand it, that was part of the reason of making some of the separate guilds. You're right. Well, there's highly contested about the need for the guilds in the first place. Some of them didn't think it was necessary, some of them did, or at least the organization of them, and having guilds have certain controls, versus having a king. Oh my gosh, sorry. I'm nerding out. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think I got it right. Let's see. Oh, wait. There we go. That's the right one. Yes, where no one guild would hold all the power. So let's see. Next is, hold on. Okay, so that one is flat 1. Hold on. Oh, I gotta look at that book again. I think I wrote this down wrong. My notes have failed me. That's okay, oh man. So Parker, let's hold on. So let's wind it back here. So Myst fan, guessing you've played all of the Myst games. What one's your favorite? We got to talk about that. This is all important information. You are a friend. You're a welcome sight. So let's see. Okay, so 3 is flat. Okay, good. So I got that right. Okay. So my notes weren't wrong. I just felt like they were. Alright, so 3 is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. 4 is 8 regular. The one I think is the most well designed is Riven. Personal favorite is Uru. Oh, yes, I could kiss you through this camera right now. You know what's up. Have you played Myst Online? I hope so. Please tell me you have. Uru is my favorite. There's a keyboard in that thing so you can rock it. Oh, now I get it. Lip, I love you. Primarily for the lore. Yes. Yes. We are but brothers / sisters in arms here. I'm very excited. You have made my day. I love Myst Online so much. So much. I love it for its lore. The lore building is Tolkien-esque in nature, and it's so underappreciated by the world at large. They made something truly fantastic, something truly magical and so unique and brilliant, and nobody gives it the credit it deserves. Myst is nothing compared to Riven and Uru. Nothing at all. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. So where were we? We're on the fourth one. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the last one is 3 flat. Think. Bam! Ugh. I've played so much of Myst Online. I've been working on a coffee table design inspired by one of the later additions to Uru. That is my line of work. I design cabinetry and the like. I absolutely admire your craft, 110%. I wish to one day have such skills, but I sadly am more of a writer of words and a talker of men. I have the gift of gab more than anything, and it's both a curse and a blessing, right? I wish I could build things. I cannot build a thing. I can conceptualize. That's about the extent of it. Hey, we're on a keyboard. Can't do anything with it though. But we're not. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. The rocket is, of course, a reference to Cosmic Osmo, one of the older games that they had made before Myst. Super great. Of course I've heard of Mysterium. I've never gotten to attend, sadly. I wish I could, but they typically tend to be on like the coast and stuff. I'm a Midwest person out in Michigan, and I have 2 kids that are 2 and 4, so I'm sure I don't have too much opportunities. So we got this device here, right? Like, what is this? It's a bunch of sounds. Huh. Wonder what that's about. Let's go see. What's this? There's a blue page already. Sound of water. Of course, man, Mysterium, I'd love to go one day. I'd love to go and meet all these wonderful people, because you don't get that opportunity very often. So we'll turn all these guys on. It's nice, isn't it? It's fluttering slightly in the wind because that warm breeze. So turn on all this stuff. I'm stuck. Clock. This is Myst. Myst clock. the sounds of wind against the crystals. The bats. The bats! Ooh, hello. There we go. Coming down. Ooh. Hi, bats. I never realized how small the island of Myst is until I played this. The way the original works makes it difficult to get good perspective. It's true, and I was talking about this about how real Myst gives you a better perspective, right, in just terms of scale and the size of everything. Whereas, remarkably, when you play something like Riven, right, it doesn't have that problem of understanding your scale, the scale and your orientation of things. For whatever reason, Riven does an amazing job of having these still images, but still kind of portraying that depth and having an understanding of where you are in that grander scheme of things. Okay. Whoops. I totally botched that. I think I did. Okay, so the fire is 114.1. So let's see. I'm really looking forward to the Starry Expanse Riven remake being done someday. I got my first glimpse of VR with a couple rooms from Riven made by the Starry Expanse. Oh, yes! Okay, so here's the thing, right? I got a PlayStation VR for the holidays. One, because I knew that I don't get motion sick with that sort of stuff. To play a very special game that's close to my heart, No Man's Sky, which is a really great game. But I also want to play a bunch of different VR games because I love VR. And I also knew that Abduction has VR as well. So I wanted to also get it because it's a cheap way to play Abduction with VR on PlayStation. And I'm very excited for the future of the games that they're making that are going to be VR. I know that they brought in the Star Expanse people now, and they're working with them to make that, so I'm really excited about that as well. Crystal's going to go left more. I'm super excited. I heard that people got to experience that in VR. That sounds incredible. I wouldn't want anything more than that. That sounds so cool. We're going to go to right left, yeah. Hi, crystals. Oops. Okay. So it's telling you the order here that you need to put these in. Okay. Oh no, it's just saying that that's where they all are. Alright, or am I crazy? Oops. Okay. So crystals first, or crystals last. Water. Wind. Fire. Clock. Alright. Yeah, it was a great time in Myst. We got a bunch of autographs by composers and sound designers that guests there. Oh, that was so great. I'm so jealous. So jealous. I dreamed to one day do that, because again, like I'm just an absolute fan. Like I spend so much time, like for instance, right? Oh, also, sorry. In Uru, when it became Mool again, I got into, man, I was struggling, wanting to be a guilder greeter, and they were saying at the time that they weren't accepting anybody new, and so like I just continued to help, and always just be a really good helper in that community and stuff like this, and then things happened. I knew that I wasn't going to be a greeter. Like they didn't, you know, they said they just didn't have the resources. They didn't want to accept anybody new, and then I just kind of, you know, went on to some other stuff, and then I found out that literally when I left they had changed their mind and had made me a greeter, and I had left. And then when I came back like a year later, they're like, what happened to you? Oh my god, we all vouched for you and you left. I was like, I'm sorry. So water, wind, fire, clock. Crystals. Oh my gosh, I had a picture of each room signed by Marty O'Donnell. That would have been so good and so cool. That's the clock, right? Yeah. Am I wrong in this? Did I get this wrong? Did I get it backwards? Let's try it the other way. What am I getting this wrong again? I have no idea why I'm getting this wrong. Let's just double check my work. It's been a while since I've solved this puzzle. It's been a while since I played in general, but I plan on, yeah, we're gonna beat this fairly soon. We're really close. I plan on having one more go in my Akinar cosplay for this Mysterium, since this 4 is the theme for this year. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Although, to be fair, I always feel bad. But I don't really enjoy Myst 3 and Myst 4 very much. I found them to be fun puzzle games. Hold on. Okay. So crystal, water, wind, fire, clock. Okay. It's crystal, water, wind, fire, rock. Okay. I was off by 1. That's weird. I had it all backwards. Yes, you like each of the games, but not for the same reasons. And I just, I'm just a giant lore person, and like world building for me is like always that number one thing. And I always just felt like the fixation on the brothers, Sirius and Achenar, was never the point, you know. So like for me, I enjoyed the character, you know, the story, the overall story of Myst 3, of Exile, but I didn't necessarily like its presentation for it, right? Like I don't feel like the puzzles I could connect to in an interesting way, and so crystal, water, fire, clock. Oh, clock is last. Sorry, crystal, water, wind. Okay, now I'm on my phone watching. Hi, Redox! Hey, Parker here cosplays as one of the characters from Myst 4. This is the music one, yeah. This is the one. He cosplays as Achenar from Myst 4, doing a cosplay of it. Redox here is a cosplayer herself. The later studios kind of fixate on the plot of the first Myst instead of branching away from the yeah. So like I always saw Myst as being a game that was really always about Denis, always about, yes, family, but about the faults of Denis, and this desire to restore it, and does it need to be restored, and what should be done in that aspect, you know? So like, oh, this is such a striking visual here. This submarine of sorts. Oh, I love this. Okay. Going. And like, Myst 4, I think just got a little crazy. It got a little crazy. And the fixation was a little too much. And I did enjoy, like, this idea of, like, how the prison ages turned out in reality. I do actually enjoy this much better. So this puzzle in particular, for those that don't know, is really all about sound, like everything. There's a very particular sound that tells you that's the right way to go. Oh, Denis to me is like ancient Hyrule before Ganon. Oh, you're so right. So you hear that sound? That tells you don't want to go there. Not where you want to go. What? It should be a ding sound. Let's go west.
Thank you!
Oh my goodness! Thank you, Parker, for following. I appreciate it. Thank you! Back together, just trying something new. Okay, that tells you went the right way. That's what it is. You have to actually go in that direction to then hear if you're going the correct direction. So let's go north and see. I don't remember that we're going through this journey together. No, that's the wrong way. Backtrack. Maybe it was beeping twice? Because yeah, the only one way to go is north. Am I going crazy? So this was a short period of my life when I'd go to my grandparents after school, and after homework I'd play a computer game with your grandpa. Oh my gosh. That is a delight. So let's see. I swear to you that my experience with this puzzle was very different than my previous ones. I actually made a maze based on the concept plan for this maze. I'm concerned. Hold on one second. Before we get all this, I want to make sure that I'm not going crazy. Selenitic age. Maze. I just want to make sure I'm doing this right, because I don't want to mess this up. Because I remember the concept of this being that, but I don't know entirely sure. Okay. Okay. Yeah. North, north, north. Yeah. I'm right. I wrote this down in my journal too, just in case I got confused, but I didn't want to have to bust it out until I needed to. But I'm going to copy this down because it is an annoying puzzle. Okay. I'm going backwards? Is that what's happening here? Okay. I also had something where you had an on-screen pet, a cat or dog. We played this crazy solitaire game too. Yeah. The sounds are telling you the next direction, but they are not in this right now. They're all making the same sound. So... right? Because normally they make a ding sound, or a correct sound for that, so... I don't know. Must be going crazy. Okay. Keep going east. Just gotta make a little notation of where I am in this. South. Oh, cats! Oh, Red Ox? Red Ox? Have you told Keeglyph about this? About cats? The only wrong sounds are blaring sounds of a detonate or no sound at all. Okay, okay, that's what it was. Okay. Because Red Ox, she played dogs with a Z on the computer and is still very actively obsessed over it. She's still actively obsessed with it. She did a dog's stream, okay? West. She was nuts over dogs. You had cats. Still the same thing. Taking care of animals, breeding them, same developer, same thing, goes nuts over it. Like, no joke, Red Ox, if you were to talk to her about that right now, she would go monologue on you for days. For days. Okay, so now I need to go southwest. Yeah. She goes nuts over dogs. Talks about it like crazy. I could have easily just gone the other direction, of course, and that would have been simpler, but... ah! Yeah, this is the most annoying puzzle. Just simply because it just takes a lot of time. So now we're going... west-west, northwest. And then we have to go back to get the red page, or blue page. I may skip that one, because I just don't want to go through this again, and you don't need it. You don't need it, technically. Okay, so northwest. We'll see. We'll get it still. I'm positive we'll still get it because we got to. Is there still a way to play this? Yes. Oh man, Red Ox. Are they? Red Ox. There are communities dedicated to cats and dogs. Making this maze for 3R would involve making a lot of assets that you could barely see. This is the truth. But how cool would it be? I wish, in all honesty, if they were to remake this in VR, very much in particular, I wish that they would have more definition of things to see then at that point. You could see more caves and more kind of visual elements to it. Only because I think that it would be really cool to watch as you look around as you're exploring through this. It'd be really cool. Red Ox, yeah, there is a giant community of dogs and cats lovers still out there today. Still out there today. And then south and east. It's the way back. Exactly. There's no reason for the maze to be this dark anymore. And also, I think they made it dark because they wanted it to be that sound element, really, and stress. Sound being everything. But I think having that visual element would just make it more fun. More VR, but that would be really cool. And just having playing with sound in VR is always fun. Always fun. Okay. Let's get out of here. Let's blow this popsicle stand. I don't ever want to be in this stupid age again. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, save disk space and everything. 100%. Don't blame them one bit. All right. We've hit the quote-unquote final age, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the last page for the blue book, right? This is the blue page? Yes, this is the blue page. Okay. Akinor, my old friend. How you doing, buddy?
Hello.
Hey.
Akinor.
Yeah, I know you're Akinor.
I'm glad to see that you've returned to help me escape
Hey, it's
from
my
my
pleasure,
wrongful
buddy.
imprisonment.
Yeah.
It was Cirrus who did this to me. Cirrus, my wicked brother.
Yeah.
Do not listen to him.
Always do that.
I warn you. I warn you. He's a liar. Do not be persuaded by his evil lies. Do not release him. He killed my father. He'll kill you. Began when my brother Cirrus began to lust for riches. He stole from the ages of Myst. He hoarded riches for himself.
Yeah.
My father slept away his watchfulness. My sick brother secretly pronounced himself king. King of the ages of Myst, he said. He began to look upon me in disgust. His lowly brother hated him. And Cirrus began to destroy the ages of Myst. He burned their forest. He tore down their structures. He flooded their lands. Murdered their inhabitants. Completely destroyed all but 4 of the ages.
Yeah? Destroy the inhabitants?
Of course, I had a woman father. When I finally found him, there was Cirrus also, talking cleverly.
Huh.
The lying tongue of a serpent.
I think I remember you having a room
Convinced
full of
father
heads of
that
monkey
it was
people.
I who destroyed the ages. He convinced father that it was I who was greedy for wealth and plunder. And as Cirrus dealt the final blow, he tricked father into believing that I was the murderer. But Cirrus did not deal as fast a blow as he planned.
You cray.
His father died a slow death. He at last doubted my brother's clever lies, and so in dying, father imprisoned us both. Not sure from which of us the blow had come. I swear to you what I say is true. Release me. You must release me. My brother is a deceitful liar.
I
He
mean...
deserves punishment. I
Yeah.
only wish vengeance for my dear father.
I think we both got a lot of things to work out. Like, you need therapy.
You must only recover 1 additional page to release me from this prison. It's the easiest to find.
Easiest to find.
Go to the bookshelf.
Bookshelf.
In this library, on the far right side of the middle shelf, there's a burned book,
Right.
which is different from the other burned books. This book is filled with patterns. Find pattern 158.
158.
Mimic its design on the panel in the fireplace. Doing this will bring you to the last blue page. Remember, don't take the red page. Only the blue page. Return quickly to
This
me.
is the truth.
Do not touch the green book.
Don't touch the green book.
Clever trap.
It's a trap.
His nose
Won't
has
touch
not
it.
been warned.
Don't touch the green book.
Not be tempted.
Promise.
Will rot and die.
Won't
Imprisoned as
touch
I
it.
am.
Don't touch the green book. I gotcha. Read you loud and clear.
Follow my instructions. It will be well worth your while. I promise you that.
Okay, what's with the touching of the face, dude? You doing okay? This isn't normal behavior, man. This isn't normal. When you start doing this, people start to wonder. They start to wonder, are you okay? Are you okay? No red, no green, only blue. Just blue. Blue! Well, let's go get the red page. I don't want to get the red page, but we gotta. We gotta complete this story. We gotta find it. You see this all the way to the end. Let's go. Let's have a bone withdrawals. That's it. You gotta... Dude, we need to get you to the bone room. Okay? Everything's gonna be fine. To the monkey head room. Bone room. Torture chamber. The mace room. Where you just got a bunch of maces. It's just weird. Okay. Where was the red page? I don't remember. Let's look. So, is the red page here? Nope. I don't remember where the red page is. I don't remember where the red page is. Needs this calcium smelled bone room. I don't remember where the red page is. It's not here. No, it's not here. No, the red page is not here. Where is the red page? I don't remember. Are you over here? Red page? No. I have not been on any of the Myst Discords, nor did I know of the Myst Discord's existence. I would absolutely love to be. There's the red page. Red page! I'd love. Throw me a whisper. Links don't happen here, sadly. Throw me a whisper. Send me to the Myst Discords. I hunger. Hunger. Bring me the Myst Discords. Don't bring me the blue Myst Discords. Bring me the red Myst Discords. Myst Cords? Oh, nice. I will, absolutely. Because, man, let me tell you, I loved Abduction. I loved all that stuff. Like, I eat it up. It is ravenous. I hunger desperately for this sort of game. You don't see it very often. You typically don't see it in general. Just the way of the world. It's northwest. Okay. Only the green ones for you. Only through the green discords. Alright. Going down to the very last city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. I say that song, the lyrics wrong, that song every day. It's not Take Me Down to the Very Last City. The title of the song. Come on, man. Get your act together. My cat just scared the crap out of me because he sat on my kid's Wiggles guitar. It's Paradise City. I know, Lip. I need to, yes. I seriously had a genuine heart attack. My cat lay down on my kid's guitar. Oh my gosh. Okay. East we go. East, east. We're so close. The Joys of Real Myst also has an added 5th Age rhyme, which kind of connects it to the other games, particularly like Uru and stuff like that. It's really cool. I dig it a bunch. It's a very Uru age. It's very kind of simple, but also has this really awesome fixation on animal life, which is really cool. Take me down into the mystified city where the books are hot and the pages are pretty. And those hot books. Do you have any hot books? I'll take some hot books. We're so close to the end. We're so close. Okay, so we did south-south. Now we need to go west. West, southwest, west, west, northwest, northeast, north, southeast. Okay. Oops. Southwest. And west-west. I'm going to show all the ages, King Chris, absolutely. I might not do that for Riven. There happens to be a whole bunch when I play Riven. There happens to be a whole bunch. But I will for this one, absolutely. Yep, there are 4 endings, correct. We will see them all, for sure. Northwest. Northeast, north, southeast. Yeah, this is the only puzzle where I'm just like, I am gonna refer to the map. Because I didn't want to bore you all to death. Oops, I'm going the wrong direction. Because this is a very boring puzzle. Mazes are never good. Never good. Just having strict mazes, not a fun experience for most anybody. Alright. Southeast. Go. And then after this, I will also take a picture of my notes and put them up on Twitter because I think, or scan them, of course, of my notes, which is just this one single page. This is a delightful thing. And put it on Twitter because I thoroughly enjoy people's notes. I find that stuff to be a lot of fun to look at. I love reading that stuff, but also mine are an absolute mess. So I take great pleasure in my terrible note-taking. It is a miracle in and of itself that anyone could ever decipher what my notes actually mean. Like my, hold on. This is my Riven notes. My Riven path notes that I took. And most people would not understand what any of this means. But for me, I'm like, yeah, I know what that means. I got it. You don't need, nah, dude, it's fine. I got it. Cirrus, buddy, we gotta talk about Akinar. He is all sorts of cray, talking bone rooms, all that stuff.
Finally returned. I owe you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is Cirrus.
Dude, you
I
said
trust
it.
that from your explorations you've become convinced that my wicked brother Akinar is guilty.
He
And
is
I am
real
innocent.
guilty.
It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here
I mean, were ya?
by my father. I don't know who you are or how you came to this island, but I assume you must at least know something of the books.
There's a vacation
His
package.
father was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our father's library. It was here in this room, on this island named Myst, that he housed most of these books.
Yeah. Got that.
But such a waste. By now, you have surely discovered that Akinar has burnt and mutilated most of these books. Why? father was always watchful of our exploration. We grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to the Myst books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. Unsupervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the Myst ages than he had given. Soon he gained a twisted pleasure in the conquest and destruction.
Your face is getting a little weird there, dude.
It was horrific. This thirst for destruction. But alas, even I discovered his insanity too late. He had completely destroyed all of the Myst ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Aknar's guilt. But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final journey. However, he has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim, entrapped forever. But now, you are here to release me. Listen carefully. You must find one more page and I will be forever free.
Okay.
There is a book on the shelves.
Yep.
This
Hey, far right
library,
side,
which is mostly
middle
burned,
shelf,
but has a few
panel
pages still
158.
intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf. Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns. Find pattern 158 and recreate it on the door of the fireplace.
Yeah.
This will bring you to the last red page. Bring that page to me.
Alright.
I will finally be released.
Alright, dude.
Able
Perfect.
to reward you.
You know what? I'm gonna do that. No big deal.
Ignore the blue page.
I will.
That page finishes my brother's book. Chills me to even think what would happen if you were to release him.
Okay.
There is another warning. Where the red and blue pages reside,
Green book.
also resides.
Don't touch.
If you
don't touch.
touch the green book,
Touch the green book.
you also will be imprisoned.
Why you guys keep fixing on the green book? I'm not gonna touch the green book. Why would I want to touch the thing I'm not supposed to touch?
Long ago.
Yes,
I
yes,
suggest
yes.
you follow my advice.
Don't touch the
Go
green
now.
book.
Soon we will meet face to face.
Hey, it's 158. Nice. All right. So like, hey, one thing. Okay, Sirius. Hold on. Sirius, I'm gonna just talk to the cover because I know you're not listening to me anyways. You didn't notice the gradual insanity of your brother there. He had a bone room. He would leave taunting messages to the ape people of Channelwood in like the crazy trap room. You didn't notice? Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure. You are full of bleep. Look at that. Bam. Pattern 158. Look at all these patterns. Woo! We've got patterns for days. We've got patterns for days. Okay. Pattern time. R1. 1, 2, 2, 4, 6. 1, 2, 7, 8. R2. 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. R3. 1, 3, 7, and 8. R4. 1, 4, 7, and 8. R5. 1, 2, 5, 6. Yes, I don't have this memorized. I'm sorry. 2, 4, 6. Okay, R6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay. But not the green. Only red. Bam. So remind me, guys, is the story that how we got here is we accidentally found a book? Yes. Win the game in 2 minutes code. Exactly. Yeah. Redux, you just simply stumbled upon this book. And you touched it, and it led you here. Technically, there's a reason as to why you just happened to stumble upon it. You'll understand more about that in Riven, actually. So we got to do 1, 2, 7, 8, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. 1, 3, 7, and 8. 1, 4, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. We're human, yes. We are absolutely human. Okay. First things first, let's save our game. I'm going to save it over the previous one that is at this exact particular spot. Let's save him first. You gotta save him first, right? The red guy was clearly the innocent one. I mean, he just had gold, booze, and drugs. Obviously a pretty good guy. Let's go save him first. Postage stamp FMVs.
Oh, yes!
Okay. I didn't know you were gonna have an orgasm.
I'm free! Oh, thank you, my friend. My dear friend.
You're welcome, buddy.
You've done the right thing. You stupid fool!
What? Oh.
It looks like perhaps you're in the book now.
Call me
And what have
stupid.
we here? A page. Oh no. I
Thought
hope
we were
you
friends.
enjoy your new home as much as I enjoyed it.
I probably will. Bye.
I can't see you. You're getting less clear. I hope you're
Bye.
into books.
I'm pretty into books. I think books are kind of cool. You like books too?
The library looks much the same as I left. Oh, I can
Missed the party, that's all. We just said he'd share. Uru offers all the answers, but also all of the questions. Lovely. Oh, there was the bad ending. You ready to do the other bad ending? Hope you enjoyed your home as much as I enjoyed it, Cirrus. Thanks, Cirrus. You're an absolute gem. Load. Alright, well, that was our... Well, then that must mean that Akanar, Mr. Bone Room, is clearly the innocent guy, right? I mean... Oh, do I have to... Yeah, you're making me do that again. That's fine. Let's do that again. Oops. 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. 1, 3, 7, 8. 1, 4, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Someone who's that well composed in that situation. You've never seen the blue ending? When I was a kid, my friend and I saved this guy first, and we were blown away by the ending. I know, right? Who would have thought that the drugs, sex, and money guy was the bad guy? Well, you're in for a treat. This is the acting chops of one Rand Miller at his finest, chewing the scenery up. Did I pick the red book? I did. I picked the red page. What is wrong with me? No one in chat's like, hey, you picked the wrong one. Blue page. I should have touched the green book. I'm not supposed to touch the green book, Lip. They told me, the bad guys told me, don't touch the green book. And I made a promise. I'm going to keep that promise. Let's see what Mr. Bone Room has to say. He's clearly going to be the good one.
Oh, yes! I'm free! Oh, I feel alive! And how do you feel, my friend?
I'm feeling good.
Oh,
Actually,
what have we here? Perhaps the pages you worked so hard for?
yeah, I did. No, you can totally have them. I mean, I was supposed to give them to you in the first place, right?
Yes! Oh. Perhaps you're seeing the world from my point of view.
I mean, it wasn't too bad. This was okay. You got a cool little painting over there behind you.
There's my brother.
I mean,
Maybe someone will rescue you someday.
maybe. I'd like to hear it. The ceiling is nice. I mean, I enjoy the black and closely stand view. It really gives you a focused perspective on life. That's what I'm saying.
You lose.
Did I know? I think that really the journey is more important than the destination. So, like, am I trapped in a prison world? Sure, but the lessons that I've learned are far more valuable than all the stuff that you went through. It seems I freed the Joker. It's a few chapters short of a novel. It's quite peaceful, quiet, private. Maybe someone will rescue you someday. Akinar. It's the end. You will lose everything. I'll take my vacation here in one of the prison books. Well, Redox, if you play Myst 4, you'll find out that Sirius's prison was actually quite pleasant. It was a nice little jungle area with a cool little pirate ship, a bunch of different animals, and becoming one with the monkeys and all that jazz. Let's load. That's how it goes. Pop. Okay. One more time. Well, actually, two more times. Because there's a bad one too. And this is another bad ending. Oops. 1, 3, 7, and 8. 1, 4, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Alright, let's look at the green book now. I don't know, they told me not to touch it though. I mean, I don't... I'll touch it, why not? Oh hey dude, how's it going?
Have you found the missing page? Come. Come.
Oh, that's weird. Hold on. That's not how that's supposed to go. Let's reload that. It's because I touched the book, but I didn't open it, and it acted as if I did. Huh. Let's load. And we'll try that again. Whoops! I didn't realize that would happen. Let's try that again. Yeah. 1, 2, 7, and 8. 1, oops. 2, 3, 5, 7, 8. 1, 3, 7, 8. 1, 4, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. The moral of today's story is sometimes there are no happy endings. Okay, We'll actually talk to you this time. Hey, how's it going?
Who the devil are you?
I'm Steve.
Don't come here to Dunny, not yet.
No? Why not?
I have many questions for you, my friend, as you no doubt have for me.
Yeah?
Where should I begin? Perhaps my story is in order. My name is Atris. I feel you've met my son, Cirrus and Achenar.
Steve?
Red and blue books on Myst Island.
Yeah.
Library.
Bone room? Yeah.
My library. It contains my works, my writings. Oh, I wrote many books that linked me to fantastic places.
Oh my goodness!
I learned from my father.
Welcome. Oh my
many
goodness.
years ago.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Wait,
but the red
follow
and blue
again.
books, those were
Oh,
different.
you're on a host. Oh, Taco Salad is on the
Those
stream.
books to
Woo,
trap
Taco Salad!
greedy
Thank you for the
explorers
host.
who might stumble
Thank
upon
you
my
for the host.
island of Myst.
Sorry.
I
Exposition.
had no idea my own sons would be entrapped. My sons,
My sons.
Cirrus and Achenar.
My
We
moons.
had many journeys together.
My stars.
I gave them free rein to the books. Perhaps it was not wise.
Bone
I
room.
could see the greed growing in them.
Bone room.
I had not told them about the red and blue books.
Bone
Their
room.
imaginations went wild. They dreamed of riches and power.
And bone rooms.
Of course, they did not know the books were traps.
Bone rooms?
They begged me for access to those books, and I, of course, denied them. Oh, they devised a plan. An evil plan. I had no idea to what extent their greed had progressed. Their own mother.
Bone rooms.
Oh, my own dear Catherine. They used her to lure me here to Dunny. Of course, I could return to Myst, except they removed a single page from my Myst linking book. I cannot return without that page.
Well, luckily I know how to
My
get it.
friend can bring that page to me.
I can.
Oh, I pray you believe my story above the lies that my sons have told you. If you could find it in yourself to return that page to me here in Dunny, I could go to Myst and bring justice to my sons for what they've done.
I don't know. Bone room, though, sounds pretty good.
Let's return to my writing. I pray that you believe me. Please hurry. Bring the page. Bring the page with you.
Which page? The blue page? Red page? Green page? Oh, watch. We're gonna open it again. He's like, hey, did you bring the page? Taco, taco,
Have you
taco.
found the missing page?
Taco, taco, taco.
Come.
How's it
Come.
going? How's it going, by the way, Taco Salad? Hope you're doing wonderful. I'm doing this just for funsies, because
Come on, then.
I'm coming. I'm coming, dude. I'm coming. I've got you. Don't worry. We're doing great. I'm doing awesome. I'm just playing my favorite franchise of all time. I love this so much. Hey, we're in Dunny. Look, there's Rinneref. Hi, Rinneref. How's it going? We're in, the old, mansion. Cirrus's dad resided here, even though he did not own this place. What's up, dude? How's it going?
Ah, my friend.
Hi.
You've returned. We meet face to face.
Yes.
The page. Did you bring the page?
About that.
You didn't bring the page.
No. Is that bad?
You didn't bring the page.
What?
What kind of fool are you? Did you not take my warning seriously?
No. I didn't. Sorry.
Welcome to Dunny.
It's a pretty cool place.
You and I will live here forever.
What? I don't think. I mean, forever is a pretty strong word and all, I think. But, you know. I like it. It's really cool. Oh. Oh, man. Gotta take a picture with River a couple years back. It's cosmetic research. Ah! Okay, well, it's going quite well. Just as I love the ending. So Lip, he is writing. It's complicated. He is actually writing changes to the Book of Riven, the 5th age of again his father. He's trying to stabilize it because his wife is actually trapped there. Where's Catherine in this whole mess? She's nowhere to be seen. It's because she's actually trapped in Riven, trying to save her people and stop Gen, but she has no way of coming back. It's complicated. Pull out of Riven. Have company now, exactly. Oh my gosh. Lip, you've never heard of it? So now we're just here, stuck here in Dunny with 3D Rand Miller. Hi, 3D Rand Miller. And look, these doors, you can't go in. But what about the Barrow? The Barrow! Dude, you don't know about the Barrow. Cirrus, or Atris, do you know about the Barrow? Do you know about the Barrow? Barrow! Help me, Barrow! The Barrow and the Dachni. I need to know about the Dachni and the Barrow. The Barrow! Okay, let's load. I'm going crazy. Load. Okay. Question was motivations of this game. Okay. It's probably for the best that they're planning on doing without FMP for the remake. Yeah, I'm with you, Parker. I'm having too much fun, but it's a terrible fate, haven't you? Okay, so we know his little story. We're just gonna go and grab the green book. So there were little bits of a note that pretty much said, hey, turn off all of these except for the one that you saw when you came in, link in to the age. So we're just gonna turn these all off. The one over there, the clock is already turned off. We don't have to worry about that. You are still trapped. No, not in this case, Taco Salad. No. No, that's what Riven's all about, my friends. Oh, you're not trapped. You're not trapped you're trapped for a few minutes. Because Riven pretty much takes place like right afterwards. Oops. Riven takes place like right afterwards. He's like, oh, you're returned. He's like, go play around, and then when you're done, come back, and I'll tell you about my mission. So we got half of it in the ship age, and the other half I don't even remember where. I think in the mechanical age. Did I do this right? All of them off. Did I miss one? Or is it all of them on except that one? Maybe that's what it is. All of them are on except that one. I don't read well. That's how I felt, Taco. He does kind of screw you over. He's like, peace! And then drops the book into the rift. And you're just like, I could have used that. And then you're just off into the Starfisher. You do come back in Myst 3 and 4, mysteriously. But I think at that point, you've been rewarded with the ability to... He gave you linking books. Like in the future. I don't know. How'd you get back to Termana? I have no clue. Let's turn on all the things except the one by the thingy. The thingy. Okay. There. Not so mysteriously. Tamana is on Earth. I know, like... Tamana is on Earth. But where? It's not like the cleft, you know. Ready? Bam! Boom! We've got a green page. It is now midnight. My cat's food, or it's almost midnight. My cat's food just went... Okay. One more time. 1, 2, 7, 8. 2, 3, 5, 7, 8. 1, 3, 7, 8. 1, 4, 7, 8. 1, 2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a 7. It's just like, I don't want you here, so leave now by pushing into the void, and hopefully you get home. It's true, Taco Salad. I just recently Myst again for like the millionth time. Hey dude, here's your page.
Who the devil are you?
Who the devil are you? I'm coming to get you. Creepy 3D Atris. Hi, creepy 3D Atris.
Ah, my friend.
My friend? You literally just said, who the devil are you? And I came in.
Give it to me. Give me the page.
No.
Please, give me the page.
Come and get it. Come on. Come on.
Page, my friend.
No.
Page.
You want the page? Come on. Come on. Jump for it. Want the page? Want the page? Go on. Get it. The page? Okay. Here's the page. Sorry.
You've done the right thing.
There's just somewhere on Earth that there's this crazy
I have
advanced,
no
like,
choice to make.
tram system. You always taught me to never trust people who refer to me as my friend. Or have bone rooms. I don't know. I still am kinda... Red Ox, I'm still kinda pro bone room.
My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do. I shall return shortly.
Yep. I gotta link back in, burn the books, go into a chimney, into a fireplace, and punch a bunch of buttons to get back here. If you do work for the pro bone room people, is it pro bonio? Well, absolutely, Parker. I mean, you're not wrong, but like,
It is done. Oh, I have many questions for you, my friend, but my writing cannot wait. I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife Catherine is being held hostage. Oh, reward. I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst.
that's cool.
The books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure.
I will.
I hope your explorations are satisfying. You will no longer have my sons to deal with.
It's true. I mean, did I really have to deal with them? They were kind of in a book. It's not a big deal. So, like, are we done here? Is that it?
Oh, and one more favor.
Yeah?
I'm fighting a foe much greater than my sons could ever have imagined. At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance.
That's cool.
Till that point, you're free to enjoy the exploration from my library on Myst.
I mean, what's we gotta do?
And thank you again.
Just farting around in an old library. Maybe I'll play the piano and the rocket ship for a while. You know? The huge. Parker, I can't agree more. The Riven Catherine, super good.
Oh, the book. You can use the Myst linking book to return to Myst.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, Atris. Feel free to enjoy the exploration from my library on Myst. Thank you again, Atris. You're welcome, good sir. Glad to have helped. Bam. 3D Atris, how you doing? Doing a little better? You look a little more substantial than your FMV friend. Bam! Oh, I'm sorry, I need to go home soon. I'd rather be trapped in Riven. It has fun rides. It does have fun rides. The trams are quite a delight. Alright. So, look at this. Where'd Achenar go? Serious? Serious? No? There's a book down here. What's this? Rhyme. I've named it a desolate age with a beauty that is quite different than I had expected or imagined. The intricate feathers of ice that fall from the sky are awe-inspiring. I feel as though I could sit and watch them for hours, and though it is cold here, like I've never experienced before, I found myself enjoying the change of temperature, for it is unlike any other place that I've ever seen. Perhaps the oddest thing is the silence. Although the wind blows on occasion, when it ceases there is a suffocating silence that falls on this place, broken only by the distant cries of unseen creatures. I visited 3 times, and am sure now that this age will provide the environment I need. I believe the cold temperature is necessary for obtaining the correct resonance. Examining the structure of the books is ever more perplexing, but I am driven onward by my need to understand. The great tree of possibilities can never be fully grasped, but I must at least try to find one particular branch. On the subject of enlightenment, I would also like to find the cause of the mysterious lights that shine in the darkness there. Though I never assumed that I would be able to build especially fast here, the speed at which I am progressing is somewhat disappointing. I do think I will bring Cirrus and Achenar as well as some of the machinery from Selenitic. Achenar chose to stay with Catherine, but Cirrus was rather excited to come. He has spent the last few days here with me, helping me with the beginning phases of construction. He too seems to enjoy the ice and cold weather. He is intrigued with the crystals that we have brought with us. He's been a big help, as have others, and I hope to be able to begin my experiments here soon. Tonight, Cirrus and I found a wondrous spot to view the lights, although it seems they've decided to hide from us. After sitting in the cold winds for over 2 hours, we saw nothing. It was rather disappointing. Cirrus will return to Myst tomorrow. He's been a tremendous aid to me, and I'm thankful for his willingness to help. The hard part of the construction is over, although I have decided after tonight that I would like to add some kind of observation post. I won't be finished as soon as I had hoped, although I'm fairly certain it'll be worth the delay in the long run. I've decided to take a break from the construction, now that the tunnel is almost complete, and I've been able to set up a temporary space where the crystals will not be stimulated. I'm quite convinced that with the right diffraction resonance, certain properties of the ink can be simulated. Catherine still finds it absurd and thinks I'm crazy to assume I'll be able to view ages with stones, but her unusual pessimism has not convinced me to stop trying. I came too close to success on Everdunes. I'm fairly certain now that temperature indeed does have an effect on the crystals, but I've realized that temperature alone is not enough. The cold dampens some of the sympathetic harmonies, but a more active suppressor is necessary. I've acquired some geodes with a pure protected crystalline interior. Thin slices of the geodes below each crystal provided a stabilizing effect and even amplified the clean frequency slightly. After quite a bit of experimentation with the shapes and colors, I was able to capture a blurry image within a book. Though the link would never work, there was clearly an age on the other side. I can hardly wait to return and tell Catherine. I feel like I should finish the shaft to my observation post while I have the machinery here, perhaps tomorrow morning. The lights weren't beautiful tonight. Oh, the lights were beautiful again last night. They had not shown themselves for so long that I had almost forgotten their beauty. I still must find the cause. I'm feeling rather overwhelmed with what remains to be done. The crystals have not been perfected, the shaft is not finished, nor is the observation post, or even the lab. I have not seen Catherine for some time, and I long to spend more time with Achenar and Cirrus. Besides all of that, there are far away in the back of my mind, the thoughts of my people and our lost city. I dreamt again of them last night. I've only seen the city in its worst condition, and still, its beauty overwhelms me. Even now, as I visualize how majestic it must have been before the destruction caused by Veovis and Aegeris, it amazes and saddens me. I'm fairly certain that Denis is not as dead as my father believed. I'm convinced that there must be some who managed to escape the destruction and even now continue to survive in separate ages. Within me is an urging to take the chance and return to Denis, to find these survivors and properly rebuild our city. However, I can do nothing until I'm certain of the fate of my father. If my plan failed, if I missed a single book when attempting to trap him on Riven, then he has been free all along. If that is true, then all that stands between him and the ages I have now written is the link from Denis to Myst. As much as I wish to return to Denis without knowing the state of my father, I cannot risk reestablishing that link. I must observe my father without reestablishing that link. It has taken several years, and there have been many dead ends, but I have partially succeeded. Now that I have managed to view another age using the crystals, it is only a matter of time until I view Riven. At least I hope. Catherine will have her ideas about all these things, and I miss her greatly. I'll return to Rhyme later when my mind has cleared. 40. 2735. Sorry. Hi, guys. Alright. Doesn't this game... That's what I'm talking about. Love the Age of Rhyme, even though it is rather small. I have theories about the Crystal Viewer and how it might relate to the deep history of the art of writing ages. Oh, man. Parker, please. Let's talk. Let's talk. You and I. Because I was, again... I saw the crystals in Riven and the use of them by Catherine to be able to, you know, substantiate the chaotic book writing and terribleness again, because he sucks at writing. And I found that really interesting. Of course, the comparison to the Borrow Stones and stuff like that. There's no denying the similarities. Push the right button. Hold on. Is there another button somewhere? Yeah, it's this one. Bam! Goblamo! I don't remember. It's just that. Okay. That should do it. I think that's right. I actually don't remember how to get into Rhyme. I've only done that once. Did I do that right? I don't know what I did. What did I even do? Oh my goodness. How do we get into Rhyme? Parker, how do we get into Rhyme? I forget. Is that the principles the viewer works on were discovered before the art was developed, and that they evolved from that kind of tech. Well, also, like, you know, we never get into too much about the okay, so I moved this once already, so that's the new position. I'm just trying to remember what I actually had to do here. Parker, if you can give me any tips, I would greatly appreciate it, because I just want to do Rhyme real quick, and then I need to get to bed. It's midnight. It's late for me. I'm old. So... Oh, hold on. There moved. That's what did it. There it is. There it is. Hello. I got it. I got it. Never mind. Thank you, Parker. I got it. Alright, 2735. Bam. And thank you for the great hint, by the way. I'm a gigantic proponent and fan of proper hints, right? Like, when people ask for hints, everyone's like, oh, just go here. And it's like, no, we need to understand the why, right? We need to understand the why. You're not giving me the why. Rhyme. It's rhyme time, boys. I've solved the rhyme puzzle once. So, like, know that this is actually going to be kind of rough. This is going to be rough. I don't remember. Because I've only done this one once. I played the original Myst so many times. Yeah, just give them like, not even that, just give them a clue about what that means. Like, get them on the right path. So, like, with adventure games in particular, if you just give them answers, it doesn't teach them anything. If you talk about the concept of these things, then they start to get it more. So this is Rhyme. I love Rhyme so much, dude. This is so cool. This is such an Uru age, right? Get your undulating waters, your towers. Yeah, Redux. You hear that sound? Yes. Find out what might give them the game's intended clue. Exactly. Because sometimes the developers don't get it right, you know? I have a picture on, like, my Steam page of the creatures in the water. Which there are, by the way. There are creatures moving around in the water. So this was added for real Myst, Red Ox. So we're powering things up. And this takes us back to Myst, which we're not going to go to yet. Yep, we're heating things up. Things are thawing. Look at this. Ooh, I never read the dunny for this, so I don't know. Oh, Parker's never seen the creatures in the water. Yeah, it's hard to see. So that is currently frozen, but we're melting it slowly but surely. There we go. We heated up the room. Spooky room, blinking lights. Creepy music. Going up. Misty, also Misty. Colors and stuff. Red. What does it mean? We'll find out soon enough. I don't think I have the clues for this just yet. I do not. Oh, more bugs. Oh, dude. Parker, the maps in Teledon. What I wouldn't give to have like a full illustration of the map of Teledon. Oh. Anyway, sorry. I stare at the map of Teledon every single day. Every time I go into Uru, I go and stare at that map. I stare at that map and I know, like, this is what they planned on making. This is what they planned on doing, and we never got to see it. And I look at that and oh, my brain hurts. My heart breaks every single day because I stare at the what ifs. I always look at the what ifs of Uru in particular, where they were going, where they didn't get to go, and where they wanted to go. And you can see it clear as day. You can see the path and you can see where they were intending to go and what we would have seen. Oh, it breaks my heart. Before spending any more time with my experiments, I've decided that I must finish construction. I have brought both Cirrus and Achenar this time. The shaft is almost finished, as is the observation post. Both boys prefer it inside, where it is warm, protected from the cold. Achenar sits in the observation post for hours. Cirrus is consumed with the crystals and the glimpses of ages that we're able to see. Neither of them shows any real desire to leave. I cannot remember the last time my son spent so much time with me in an age. After much more experiments with the shapes of the crystals, we were able to get a nearly perfect view of an age inside of the book. Do 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 do. Drawing crystals crudely. Coffee table mentioned will have design on its top depicting the pod age map. What? You madman. You're getting my Ghiblies all biblied right now. Cirrus wanted to link immediately, but understanding the link was only visual. Without the ink, the crystals do not bind onto a particular age. Because of this, the crystals have an interesting side effect. It is possible to change the crystals and watch the age change, while in reality we're seeing a vast number of distinct, though similar, ages displaying the current age defined by the crystals, it appears as though we're changing the original. Next are the lights. My sons seem much more interested in the lights of the night sky right now. Their only interest in the crystals seems to be whether or not we can view Channelwood or Stone Ship, two ages I've not seen in a long while. It is possible to view the ages, although the time it would take to find the correct combination would be prohibitive. I do not consider my task with the crystals complete, but I'd rather keep Circe and Achenar excited and here, so we'll move on to the lights. I think it's better to keep Riven from them, and so it is just as well that we move on to something else. I will view that place later. Lights are curious, although I originally thought the effect to be an organic one, I now believe it to be electromagnetic in origin. I think the effect could be triggered somehow. It's something that we'll have to try, and if Circe and Achenar have their way, it will be soon. I've never seen either of them so interested in my experiments, and I do not want to dampen their enthusiasm. It seems they've forgotten about the crystals now. I'm not sure either of my sons was expecting the amount of work it would take. It's turned out to be a challenge working above the cold waters, where the wind cuts through clothing and skin like a sharp knife. Still, even amidst the cold and dark, they are driven to complete the task. It is a side of them that I have not seen before. Another hard day, but we have erected the first of 3 towers. I'm too tired to write, though, tonight. It's been a week. The second and third towers are up. We only need to connect the power. I'm exhausted, as are Circe and Achenar. However, they have no intention of quitting, and that drives me. The towers are finished, as is the power to each of them. Power will be conducted directly through the saline sea, alleviating the need for stringing wires and enabling us to locate the towers a comfortable distance away. Most of the remaining work can be accomplished inside, for which I am grateful. I'm tired of the cold. I look forward to the warm beaches of Myst Island. Perhaps we will deserve a break. We only spent a day with Catherine before returning. We were here only a minute before we began to experiment with the towers and the electromagnetic discharge. We were able to create an arc for the first time between 2 towers. Its reflection in the cold waters was magnificent. We are close now. Tomorrow, after adjusting the voltage, we will know just how close. The beauty is awe-inspiring. At our command, multicolored waves of light dance across the dark sky. Brilliant flashes of white lightning that make the display even more amazing precede them. The boys are convinced they will be able to bring their mother here, and though she usually refuses to use the books, I'm becoming convinced that she will come, or at least I hope. As for me, I must return to Myst, or some other warm place. There's more to be accomplished here, but I long for the sun, and will spend some time under its glow before returning. Catherine had to come after I told her of my intentions to use the crystals to view Riven. She's not consumed with the setup of the geodes and the crystals, and encouraged me daily as I try to uncover the combination that will allow me to view a view of that age. Circe and Achenar did not come this time. I must return to Everdunes. I believe that a few of the crystals I left in Everdunes may help me here. Catherine has returned home for now, but she will meet me on Myst Island in 3 days. I think I'll be ready by then. Oh, sure. Nothing. Okay. I hope you get to make it too. That would be amazing to see. The laboratory. It is real. The work of your hands. The touch of my dreams. I've left my dream for you. I'm only yours, Catherine. So, red. Oops. Red 1. Green 2. Purple 5. Blue 3. And yellow 4. Okay. Oh, these little crystals. nook, like in that rusting age. There's a map of Rhyme. Okay, so yellow is... Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to be doing this. Can I change the color? Looking into the cosmos. I like to change the color. I forget how to change the color. There we go. There we go. Okay. So you are purple. I've read the Myst novels, absolutely. I read all 3. Oh, sorry. Red is number 1. Is that red? Or is that pink? There we go. That's 1. And then this is going to be green. And then 3 is spikes and blue. And then 4 is going to be that weird looking dude. And oh, it was yellow, duh. Red X, welcome back. Oh, bye Red. Sorry. I'll be here. Don't worry. So that one is yellow. Is that yellow? Yes, that was yellow. That's blind. Am I colorblind? Am I losing my mind? Yes. Answer is yes. Okay. And then last but not least, that guy. He is purple. Oh, of course, yes. I remember giving it that. Of course I do. Hold on. The order is this, and the colors are that. Maybe that's what it is. Let's try that. Oh, that's bunny ears. I don't want... That's why. That's why I got the wrong crystal over there. So let's see. Let's try one more. We will see. 1 second. I got the wrong crystal, I think. It's the pink, not the purple. Nope, it's still wrong. So, we made a bunch of Gamma grids with red and blue marbles and longwood tweezers. Nice. Okay, so then I'm guessing that the pattern in the book was the correct order, and then use the colors within that. I'm trying to guess. So, this one's bunny ears. That. Next one is gonna be...
Thank you!
Dude, thank you, Zeus, for the follow. I appreciate it immensely. Hi, how are you tonight? Hopefully you're doing well. Let's see. Alright, so there's that. Let's make that red. that. I could also have totally had this wrong, because that might be the one that I think I need. So let's make that green. Let's see how that works. I could also just be having all the wrong crystals. We'll find out. And then... I have Russian follow! Okay, so that one would be Spiky Spikes. Spiky Spikes. And I'm totally wrong. Yes, I know I am. We're doing it anyways. Science. Yeah, totally. Sounds awesome. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this again because I totally messed this up. Okay. This one is red. This red. Okay. Okay. I didn't pick a sharp enough spire. Like I did that one. I need bigger. That one. That's great. It is a great game, Zeus. I agree wholeheartedly. Absolutely my favorite. I love the franchise, especially Uber got Myst. Absolute favorite. Blue. 4 is... that dude. And 5 is bunny ears. Ooh. Oh, that's the one I need, right? Is that what I want? No. Okay. Get the right crystal. Got it. No. Ah. Totally botching this. Let me see if I'm getting this right. She says... Okay. So, it is the flat one that's shorter. There it is. There it is. Hello, Ribbon. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I know I'm doing well. Hi, Ribbon. So yeah, you just get a view of Ribbon. You can see the beaches. That's where the animals are. We're gonna go see the we're gonna go take a look at the creatures. Let's flip this around. Flip. Something nice. Oh, why can I not open anything? What? Oh my gosh! Dude, Ren! Welcome, good friends. You're coming near the end, but let's light up the sky for you all. A deep blue. Welcome, good friends.
Thank you!
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Pixel Crash, for following. It is an absolute pleasure. Welcome to the wonderful world of Rhyme. We're on the age of Rhyme in the world of Myst. Myst franchise, absolute my favorite thing in the world. You're coming near the end of the stream, but we are still gonna explore a little bit. I'm gonna show you some animals and stuff like this. I cannot thank you enough for visiting. How are you, Ren? How was the painting going? I hope it was going spectacular. I know it was. Are you still working on the Metroid painting? For those that are new, coming in, I'm Bogus Meat Factory. Hi, I play a lot of everything, right? I play retro stuff, typically in a virtual bedroom that you can explore. It's really awesome. Highly recommend coming in for old game streams. But I also kind of do a lot of modern stuff, a little bit of mix, old PC stuff. If you see, like me right now, I'm sharing with you one of my greatest passions of all time, the Myst franchise. Most people kind of wave Myst off as being something silly, frivolous, casual, if they would. But in reality, it's one of the greatest games ever made, or at least series ever made, for its immaculate and meticulous world building, amazing lore, and there's nothing quite like it. Its ambition, there's no bounds, and it's honestly one of my all-time favorite games. We're on the hunt right now for some creature watching. There are creatures out here in the sea, and if you look real closely, you can see them. We're going to keep our eyes peeled. I have taken pictures of these creatures before to prove that they are exactly out there, but... You beautiful son of a pistol, Ren, I love you to death. Alright. Man, Ren, I'm so excited to see you. Like, you are, as always, a breath of fresh air. Welcome to the wonderful world. I'm playing Real Myst right now, so this was a remake of the original using the old engine that was an early version of the engine that was later used for Myst 5 and Uru Ages Beyond Myst. Allows for free roaming and has an extra bonus age, which is the Rhyme Age, this one here. There's a secret I'm trying to find. I can't remember explicitly how to do it, but there is creatures in these waters, and I want to see them, but we can't really see them. It's too dark. Let's see if we can see them down here. Oh, there's something. Jellyfish. They're like whale-like creatures that you can see that move throughout the oceans. Yeah, so one of the beauties of the Myst games, especially anything after the first Myst, is this massive attention to detail, but it's also this obsession over animal life, right? The fauna of the worlds around them. So what's so great about them, it's just a reflection of the moon that I'm looking at this, is that a jellyfish? It's just a reflection of the moon. Moons. And so what they would do is have these day-night cycles in these worlds and have the creatures and the life there change. And you might not see them. You might sit there and stare through a porthole of this, desert sandscape for hours and never see anything. But on hour 15, something walks by. And you're just like, what? The absolute attention to detail in making some really amazing worlds that are both just visually appealing, very striking. I mean, this is a very striking visual right here, right? As simplified as it is. I mean, this game was made a long time ago. But, you look at this, I hear your cries, little creature. I hear you. I want to see you. I swear to you, I have pictures. I have pictures of them. It's hard to see them, but they are in fact there. And I just implore folks who are curious, who have imagination, who have this desire to explore virtual worlds, listen to these amazing and immaculate stories, to play these games. Particularly Myst, Riven, the sequel to Myst, Myst 5, and Uru Ages Beyond Myst, because they are truly something special. They are something so beyond what you would typically expect out of games. They do something amazing and unlike anything else I've ever seen. And we're gonna be saying goodnight. Ren, oh my gosh, you missed out on quite a wild ride, and I wish it would have been done on any other day, because I would have loved to have had you here for this adventure. It was genuinely something truly awesome, because these games, they do something very special. They call it, and I just learned this term recently, they call it closing the circle, right? Where they provide bits and pieces of this puzzle, but they in reality leave it up to you to make those connections, to close that circle, right? So that you'll see these machinery and try to figure out what their purpose is, what their intent is, and there's reasons behind it. You play a game like Riven, the sequel in particular. There they are! There they are! There they are! Do you see them? Do you see them? There they are! Yes! Yes! Do you see them? Please, someone tell me you see them. Please, someone tell me you see them. It's really dark, but here they are. Hello, beauties. There they go. Goodbye. Ren sees them. Yes! The whale things. There they are. I freaked the freak out when I saw them the first time, because I just sat out here just looking like I am now. Sorry, in Riven in particular, everything has a purpose, place, and meaning. Everything has intention. Everything has, like I said, a purpose. And you can understand it, and it has no point to the overall story or reaching your goal. But they still exist, and it makes that world seem so much more interesting. But it also gives you better insight into the characters, into motivations, into the world itself. And it's absolutely awe-inspiring to be in a world, see this machine, make this odd assumption that it has no purpose or point, then go on, look somewhere else and see that, yes, it has a point. You see these writings, and you're like, what do they mean? Then people start to understand that language that has been meticulously crafted, and doing translations of that stuff. And that gives even bigger insight of something years after the fact that they start to translate this stuff. And you start to understand these people and these characters and their whole perspective on everything. It's so fascinating. It's so unique and interesting, and how people have poured their life in mapping these things out and doing all this stuff. It's so great. It's so monumental. I'm glad you guys got to see the whales. I'm glad you guys got to see them. You'll see that stuff in the Myst franchise all around the place. Shroomy. I mean, Parker, you know Shroomy, I'm sure. In Myst Online, Uru Live, there's an age called Teledon. It's a mushroom age where the Denis civilization were harvesting these mushrooms for food, right? It's the Guild of Bakers, or whatever there was, the Guild of I don't remember off the top of my head right now, but there was this creature that would eat this stuff, and his name was Shroomy, and it was this big beast that you'd see off in the distance, and you could lure him closer to you by turning off all the machinery on the age, using these feeders that would attract these things called flappers, these little weird-looking creatures that would sit on the surface of the water and like just kind of absorb nutrients and stuff like this, and like float up in the air and disperse these spores. And that would attract Shroomy, and after days of doing this, he would get closer and closer, and it's like, oh my gosh. Understanding the lore of Myst is a lot like understanding actual history. There's a lot that isn't completely reliable, and a lot of gaps. You're so right, Parker. And even like in Uru, where you see multiple books of the translations of the same book, those translations differing based on who was doing the translation. Like, that sort of stuff is really crazy. So you have to understand the unreliability of the narrator. You have to understand their motivations and what is causing them to be unreliable in order to have a better understanding of the world. It's so crazy that they really did a great job of putting themselves into the position of these characters speaking from their perspectives, as flawed as those perspectives may be, so that the player then has to determine whether that perspective is true or not, or if those motivations are pure, if those motivations are selfish, and even though those motivations may not be completely important to the story, but to understand where they're coming from in that regard. Right? That's just so interesting. I mean, the journey of Atreus' daughter, Isha. Oh my gosh, it's just a long story. I'm sorry, all those people who have never played these games are like, what is this guy talking about? Just understand, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that the Myst franchise is far bigger than the first game. It's far bigger than what people give it. It is a story that is very rich, but also very human, and very much about flawed people making mistakes, trying to do what's right, and constantly faltering, constantly failing at their attempts to do something that they think is right. It isn't necessarily the case. It is a story that is so much about imagination and the ability to connect more than anything. Oh my gosh, Cannoli! Thank you for raiding. Oh my goodness, hello everybody, welcome. It is an absolute pleasure to have all of you. Thank you guys for coming in. Welcome to the stream. I'm Bogus Meat Factory. Ooh, Musty followed as well. I didn't realize Musty followed. It didn't tell me. How's it going, Cannoli? We're just talking Myst. I'm sorry. I'm ranting and raving. I'm sadly going to be ending the stream soon. Isha's really interesting, says Parker. Her perspective is warped by her own outlook on life, but her intentions are good. And also, she's warped because of the pressure put on her by her family, right? This idea of being the grower, the chosen one. Is she in reality? No. Because those things, prophecy is a sham. Now, you can have a person attempting to fulfill prophecy, but does that necessarily mean that they are prophetically the one? No. And I think that's kind of the point of what Myst 5 ultimately is trying to say. You're the grower, you're the special one, you're the desert bird, you're meant to restore Dani. No, you're not, in reality. Dani can never be restored. In reality, what you can do is be the best that you can as a person and to work hard on what you want to do. She was definitely an example of a person who was absolutely thrust in a situation beyond their control and attempting to control it, if that makes sense. Julie says, it's been alright. I had an unfortunate start to the thread because of network issues, but it was better once I started the computer, and I got pretty far. Eye of the Beholder 2! Excellent! Love me some old computer RPGs and such. I have the Beholder series. Excellent. Messiah Complex is more of a burden for her than anything else. Stream. I don't know why I said thread. I feel you, Cannoli. The other stream I had recently was pretty catastrophic. Everything was not working as it should. Chris says, I'll take a long nap now. Boogusmate, thank you for the great stream. It's really great watching and spending time in the chat. So take care, everyone. Thanks for coming in, King Chris. I absolutely appreciated your presence. You made it an absolute joy, and you are also very, very witty. I loved your contributions in the chat. Get some sleep. Thank you. Oh, man, sorry. I'm gonna... Parker, we gotta talk. I spent so much time... Here come the whales again. Hello, whales. I've spent so much time poring over and theorizing about Myst because there's so much. There's so much. It is so dense. And also, Parker, question for you. I found this, and I didn't see much about this, but other people had brought it up. Just a random thing, sorry. In Garrison, have you ever seen the secret messages in the rocks? There's secret messages in the rocks that I found. Apparently some other people had found them, but they had forgotten about them. It's done English that has the One Ring poem of the Lord of the Rings. Oh my gosh. Yes. So yeah, whisper me Discord stuff because I want to talk. I want to talk Myst stuff because oh boy, I will eventually be getting into a Myst Online stream. I'll be doing Myst Online, going through it all, and I really hope to get people involved. Yeah, they're hidden. If you look when you enter in Garrison, on the lower portions of the rocks that outline the entire room that you enter in, there's this little like trim, rock trim, and if you have the light reflect off of that in a certain way, you'll see the text, and it has the One Ring poem, and it has there's another like a quote from a book or something like that in it that's hidden in that, and it's really hard to pick out. Oh my gosh. J-Ra, oh J-Ra, J-Ra, J. Hold on. Samba, you're Johnny. Hold on. Samba, send me Samba. Yeah. I can't wait to play Samba the Amigo controller with this wrap up right now. Dude, thank you for the subscription. 3 months! That's the best. Thank you, J-Ra. It's good to see you. There's a lot of little secrets in Uru that I meticulously poured over. I obsess over. And I would, Pixel Crash says, I'm going to grab a Slurpee. If you're not on when I get back, have a good night, guys. I'm going to be going off in just a minute, Pixel Crash, but I'm just super excited to talk Myst stuff right now. I'm like, Parker, sweet Parker, sweet Parker, sweet Parker. We have so much to say. Play Myst! Play Myst Online! Everybody, go to Myst Online, look it up. It's an MMO, but it's Myst, and it's so good! It is the greatest adventure game ever made. It's so good. You can play with other people. Go play Ioheek. Those tables are missing butts. They need butts. Those butts on those Ioheek tables. Play some Ioheek. When I do a Myst Online stream, you can find the offline version of the game on Steam. It's true. Or you can play the online one for free. I implore you, when I get to I'm absorbing all the Myst through bogus streams, though. I'll probably enjoy it more this way. I desperately want to, when I stream Myst Online, I want nothing more than to have everybody just there. I want just everybody there in that world. If you want to know, my major goal in life, I don't want fortune or fame or any of that. What I want more than anything is to breathe life, even for a second, to old and dead games. Like, I want people to go into Habitat on the Commodore 64 right now. It's there, it's empty, and it's missing people. Go there. Go say hello. I want people to go into Myst Online and say hello. I want people to go in to EverQuest. I want them to go into Star Wars Galaxies. And I want them all to go with purpose and new eyes, right? To see this place. Yes, J-Rod, this is real Myst. So this is, you're the old game whisperer, and I'm listening. J-Rod, this is using an old, this is the early version of the engine that later was used in Myst 5, as well as Uru Ages Beyond Myst. And currently it's night on Myst Island, but the sun will rise soon. The moon's out. It's a sad aspect of these old games that they can't be preserved as easily as old movies can. It also has a lot to do with the fickle nature of the gaming community. Most people disregard old for new and completely dismiss what has come before. They're not preserved, they're not recognized, they're not treasured. Oh my gosh, my wife's calling me. I need to go to bed. Anyways, I have to go to sleep. Apparently, my youngest has gone and she's telling me to go to sleep. I was working on Eye of the Beholder on most of February. Finished it last week and started to. Okay. Well, let's go find someone to raid real quick. Let's go see somebody to raid. Let's get this done with. I have to say goodnight. I have to say goodnight. It's late. Let's go see who's on, if anyone. Okay, so we're gonna go say hi to the Deviant. He's the only one I know that's on here, so let's go raid him. Thank you all for coming in. I'll be on again in a couple days. I think like Wednesday, maybe. I'll have to I got a Discord. I'll talk about it on Twitter. It was a pleasure, guys. Let's go say hi to the Deviant and let's call it a night. It's a wonderful night. Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure.